Have fun.
All right. Welcome to this week's edition of Draft Utopia on Restream. I'm about to go live on TalkShoe as well. And we got the punter rankings. So I'm going to get set up here on TalkShoe as well. And in the meantime, I'm working on some here. I'm working on basically a fantasy football draft guide for the BFL League, a strategy guide. What we're working with the strategy. So we're trying to get all the keepers. It is uber frustrating, but there's my team in the league champion. I got over 200 points with a team with only one good running back and still lost. That should say volumes about how good my opponent was this year. But yeah, let's get to the running back rankings here. Punter rankings, not running back rankings. I'm so confused with updating the keeper strategy guide for fantasy football and the punter rankings. Truth is, if we talked about fantasy football keepers instead of punters, we'd probably get more viewers. That's the sad part. But we are going to get punters. We will. Maybe we'll answer some fantasy football questions between now and 11:30 before William leaves. But I'm going to start my number one punter in this draft, and the only punter I have a fifth-round grade on is Mason Fletcher, the Cincinnati Bearcats punter. So this guy, he kicks the ball well. He's accurate. He kicks it deep. I like Mason Fletcher. His twin brother is in next year's draft. I don't know if they're twins or not, but there's another Fletcher on Cincinnati who's in next year's draft, who's a junior. This guy's a senior. And yeah, Mason Fletcher is my top punter in this draft. He had, I think he had 5 punts inside the 20-yard line and 3 inside the 10. Really good year. And I got him in my top 160 for my big board. He's the only punter in my top 160, and I think he's the only punter in this class that's a guaranteed NFL starter. I think the other guys behind him are going to have to compete for job opportunities in training camp. That's just where I'm at with this punter class. Have you seen Mason Fletcher? What are your thoughts on him?
I have not seen Mason Fletcher. I guess I just didn't watch Cincinnati this year. But, just my question when it comes to punters, I mean, is there, Pat McAfee, somebody that's versatile like that, takeoffs, everything else? Or, is there Matt Araiza, the rise of the punt god, going out there booming kicks and having an almost 50-yard average, and he's a Pro Bowl alternate this year too, that's a great comeback after everything that happened to him. I mean, that was damn near tragic, and it's great to see him come back and latch on with one of the big boys, the Kansas City Chiefs bringing him, and I mean, saved his career. But I'm looking for those punters, besides the fact that, back in early 2000s for a couple years, Todd Sauerbrunn, he was Pro Bowl punter, and he was about the best weapon that the Carolina Panthers had until Steve Smith, blossomed, and that was just right the same couple of years. But that's neither here nor there. I mean, is there any of those in this draft? See any of those coming?
What?
Stars.
I think the one kicker who has a potential to be one punter with potential to be an NFL starter is Mason Fletcher out of Cincinnati. That's it. Other guys in this draft are just they're training camp guys. They're guys who are going to have to compete for the job. But my number 2 punter, do you want to say something about Mason Fletcher, or should I just get to my number 2 punter, Joey?
So let's just get to the dirty draws, because let's face it, these guys don't have the time.
I mean, I think at this point, Joey would rather hear about the allocation money MLS teams received in the MLS draft versus the punter rankings. I think that's where we are at this point. I'm kidding, by the way. But
at this point, I would rather hear the angle that you piss off a dock to get the fish. Okay? These guys are not good.
You know what's crazy, Joey? Before we get to the next punter, there was a bidding war in the MLS draft for Alex Harris. 3 teams tried to trade up for him. Sporting Kansas City eventually moved the pick to Stan Kroenke, but John Fisher of San Jose and John Ingram, the Nashville owner, he's getting input from a lot of the minority owners saying, we want Harris, whether it's Derrick Henry or Giannis or Amy Adams or Reese Witherspoon. Everybody wanted Harris, and they tried to get him, but Stan Kroenke outbid him. So 3 teams tried to trade up for Alex Harris at 4. The last time that happened, the 83 draft with John Elway. Last time that happened. But here were the offers, Joey. Let me pitch you the 3 offers. Offer 1 was $100,000 allocation money by cheap ass John Fisher, which was rejected. The second offer from Nashville was $150,000 allocation money in the 6th overall pick to move down from 4 to 6. The third offer was $162,500 and the 8th pick, which Kroenke got from the Union. The Philadelphia Union, who decided to piss away their draft picks because they're so confident in their academy that they're just going to piss away 3 years of draft picks. First, second, and thirds, just going to flush those draft picks down the toilet. So...
Kroenke give a shit about any of that. Dude is a multi-billionaire.
And he gets the best player in the draft at 4, and he only had to pay $12,000 more to get Alex Harris away from Nashville.
Jimmy Haslam's worth $13 billion. As owner of 2 professional sports teams in the NBA and NFL. Okay? Stan Kroenke can buy Jimmy Haslam and make him a servant. And you think $100,000 is going to... You think he cares about that? You want...
$162,500, Joey. $162,500 is the exact figure on the dot. $162,500 is the exact figure on the dot. So he only paid $12,000 more than Nashville, and he still ended up getting the pick because he only had to give up that much more to get the pick, and he got the best player in the draft. But what's even crazier is the Rapids ended up getting 4 of their top 8 players. They ended up getting their number 2 player at 6, their number 4 player at 12, and their number 8 player at 16. And they got 3 of the top 5 picks in last year's draft.
That's crazy. And we are talking money for the guy who can buy half the planet. That's crazy.
7 MLS teams ended up with the number 1 player on their draft board in the top 15. 7. When are we going to see that in the NFL draft? It's probably not going to happen because a lot of the big boards in the NFL are way more consensus, way more mainstream compared to what coverage we get in MLS. But let's get back to the punter rankings here. Next punter on this list is an FCS guy. Yes, we have an FCS guy here in these rankings at number 2, William, an FCS guy. It is from Montana State, Brendan Hall. The Montana State punter comes in at number 2.
I have that name sound familiar, and the Montana State and the Brendan Hall, that sounds really familiar. Not so much about the punter, but I don't know, man. I think I might have heard about that guy somewhere along the line. Seems familiar. But if he's on your rankings and he's from the FCS, let's just put it that way, man. He must be a pretty good punter.
Yeah.
Maybe he'll turn into the, next Pat McAfee and have a podcast and stuff in the offseason.
Yeah, I mean, we have 3 SEC punters in the rankings, but they're all in the 3 through 5 spots. So I know I'm going to get some hate mail from SEC people that work for Greg Sankey, but if we get any hate mail or hate chats in the comments, I will let William and Joey address them directly. There may be roasting on Joey's end. I cannot guarantee if there is or isn't.
I was called
I'm gonna come back at you and I'm gonna make you look like a fucking dog guy just because I can. And it'll be fun. I need entertainment in my life. I work at freaking Walmart, and write books for a living. And that's not a lot of entertainment value, okay, guys? So, if you want to give me entertainment value, awesome.
Wow.
But the bottom line is, if anybody from the SEC has their pennies in the block because of kickers, yeah, you've got life problems that you cannot solve. Okay?
Oh no, dude.
So
You're guaranteed to get. You're guaranteed to get hate mail over even that, bro. I mean, I said Dan Lanning was the best coach in college football the other day, and I looked in the YouTube comments, and I said, he absolutely is not. You're delusional, blah blah blah.
Oh
Like,
yeah, and
wow.
when I said Ryan Day sticks it to Dan Lanning, that was me trolling Oregon because I was happy about Ohio State curb stomping the Ducks. That was me trolling Oregon. And I know somebody criticized me for doing that. I know Lanning's a really good coach. But when my team is kicking the number one team's ass in the country, but the way Ohio State was, I'm gonna say Ryan Day tears Dan Lanning a new one and put that in the news ticker on our live stream because it's funny.
That pissed me off because that was the first time I went out to watch a game in 8 months, and I know my back will not take those things very well. I had to watch that torturous game, then go back and throw it back because for 5 hours doing, I was only going to get 3 hours sleep, and I did all that.
Welcome to my world, Joey.
Game, okay? If it was a good game, I wouldn't care. I would do it. But you know what?
You missed out on the great game. Texas and Arizona State was the great game. You thought that would be a piss-poor game, and the football gods cursed you for not watching that game.
Yeah, the football gods hated me, and that's what it was. If it was a great game, I would have taken that 3 hours, and I would have been fine with it. But that was a piss-poor game with all that talent, and every single player on Oregon, their draft off just went through the toilet. Because they showed that they are not up to the task. They are not up into it. And that pisses me off.
Yep, and I'm taking a screenshot of my keeper options for the article. There's only one more team I got to edit after my team for this. But yeah, let's get back to the punter rankings here. The next punter we're going to talk, we got some SEC guys. We're going to talk about South Carolina's Kai Kroger. He accepted an invite to the East-West Shrine Bowl. Some have him as the number one punter in the draft. I like Mason Fletcher and Brendan Hall better. But the guy who's received the most traction in terms of punters from draft Twitter is Kai Kroger. I don't know. For something about Kroger, just, I don't know. I feel like he's all kicking power, no kicking accuracy on his punts. But that's just me.
Yeah, that definitely sounds like Jake Moody from the Niners, man. Every time he kicks that ball, you watch that ball just fold.
Kroger sounds like the name of a grocery store, like Coons or Aldi's or Giant Eagle.
That's because it is. That's good. Kroger. But yeah, no, I know nothing about the kid, but he's got the social media traction, though.
But in all seriousness, yeah.
So he's got the social media vote, huh?
Yep.
Social media hype. Yeah. There's always that one.
You've watched some SEC games, Joey. What do you think of Kroger? I have a 7th on Kroger. I have a 6th on the Montana State punter and a 5th on Mason Fletcher.
You actually want to lower myself to comment on this, all right? If there's anybody else I want you involved.
There's punters on Florida and Alabama. If you want to skip the South Carolina punter and break down one of those, we can just move on to the next punter. Because we only have 2 more left.
I don't want to really break down any of them, but the fact that you call me out on this one, so I'm going to give it to you. I'm going to give you a little bit. I like Kroger as far as a 7th round or undrafted free agent, which is more than I do a lot of these guys, because he showed potential. I don't think he's going to catch on with his first team, but I think the coaching and the conditioning that's going to come because I don't believe his current coaches are that great. But I think as the others come around and he gets better coaching, I think he does have, you give him one, maybe two teams, because you know punters don't stick around with one team for field. They'll move on team to team. I believe he has some potential to be a starting punter in a couple years. Just not right away.
So that's your impression on Kroger?
Yes.
Okay.
And I don't think he is going to be the guy for any team initially.
I think the only guy who could be a day one starter at punter is Mason Fletcher. I think the other guys are going to have to go through trial and error, whether it's getting cut from teams in training camp, signing with a different team, et cetera, et cetera. That's basically my summary of this punter class in 10 words or less.
And, you know, it was funny that I just mentioned. But the thing is, he's also one of the slowest to develop out of almost. So you take the lumps with him, and you'll be rewarded. But you know teams aren't going to take their lumps. They're going to move on. And they're going to move on quickly. So somebody's going to get a good kicker down the road. And that's the exact same thing I was just saying with Jake Moody, is he's going to stick with the Niners. You know, he might be an NFL kicker, but, you know, it's not going to be with the Niners. It's going to be with the second, third team down the line, you know. And like I said, that's just funny that he brought that up. And, yeah, I did as well, so.
Yep. And the next guy on our list is a Florida punter. I'll get the name when I pull it up here. I am kind of multitasking since I'm working on fantasy football article, but I'm on like the last write-up for that. I'm on the very last one for keeper options, so I'll keep my eye on the news ticker here. Kai Kroger's number 3. Who we have? Jeremy Crenshaw, the Florida Gators punter. Yeah, Kroger sounded like a grocery store chain. Crenshaw sounds like an extra in a Freddy Krueger movie, like one of the extras that's in the Freddy Krueger movie.
Well then, well, you know, there is something in the name. I didn't
mortify Crenshaw with that comment. If I did, I would like to apologize to the Florida Gators athletic department in advance.
Obviously, you don't know football players very well because you said that he's probably buffing up his chest right now. Okay? He probably loves that comparison. But the bottom line is, he's a good punter. There's nothing special about it. Not a damn. He may be the most consistent punter in this class. There's nothing special about him. If he gets on with the team, he might be with the team for 10 years. But you're going to get the same damn thing every single game. You're not going to get mistakes. You're not going to get a bunch of different shit. You are just going to get what you get. He is consistent. He is the air of consistency. There is nothing there. But when you get there, if you want 43-yard punts every time, 45-yard punts, 43 to 46 is probably his best. Well, guess what? If you want that every day for the next 12 years, with no gas, no bad punts or anything, just consistent straight down the line, well, guess what?
Wonder where they went. Oh, there. He's back.
Give you great consistency. And that's what he is.
Yep. And I guess the we'll put the punter rankings back up here in a second. Just give me a second to screen share those. And we got the Alabama punter wrapping up this group.
Now that's a guy I'm not impressed with.
What's wrong with the Alabama punter?
That's what I was about to say.
I have not been impressed with him at all. He is not. I mean, he's not consistent. He's not powerful. He's not anything. He just goes in, and there was always a place for people that just going into their job. But those people are not always in the NFL. Okay, I respect him for just going in and doing his job. Yeah, he doesn't make a lot of mistakes, but he's not consistent, and he's not a problem. But he just does his job. Just doing your job doesn't mean you're NFL caliber. And that's fine. And just doing your job is fine for the NCAA. It's fine for a team like Alabama. Hell, that's, with Alabama, that's a perfect team for you to be on. But the bottom line is, he's unimpressive. There is nothing about him. He's not even consistent. It's just, I'm here. Yay. I don't make mistakes. Awesome. Great. Glad to have you. You're going to be stuck in shells for a long time in this company. There's nothing special about him. And that is what really gets me. Because there's something special about him on a team like Alabama.
James Burnip. That's the player Joey's Burnip. That's the player Joey's describing here.
Joey's burning.
Burnip. James Burnip. That's the player Joey's.
He's burning Burnip. Burning Burnip. All right. What are we on to next? There's got to be something more exciting.
There is no more punters. I am currently working on the last write-up for the fantasy league.
Okay, what's next? Something other than changing dirty underwear? Anything other than something that's soiled, please?
Let's see. Allocation money. I did not mention the allocation money returns for all the trades in the Super Draft, but New England got $200,000 from John Fisher for the 5th pick, and they took Reed Roberts, the San Francisco center back. Dave Tepper moved up to 9 and took a backup left back, not even a starter on the soccer team, but a backup. I mean, yeah, that happened. That's how bad of an owner Dave Tepper is. Like he traded up for a backup. Jeez.
Chris, I've been waiting for Dave Tepper to lean out of a box and fall to his death, and he still hasn't done it yet. Because we knew nobody's going to catch him to crowd surf. Okay. He leans over, he falls out, and everybody gets new owners, and everybody rejoices. Dave Tepper is not.
What if Dan Snyder sneaks into Bank of America Stadium? He pushes Dave Tepper off the building like Scar in The Lion King, and then Dan Snyder proceeds to run the Panthers into the ground.
Hell no, it's like he pushes Dave Tepper off, and the rock comes up behind him, and shoots his ass off right behind him. And I think everybody would be happy at that point. I mean, it's like the rock being held a national hero and the next president. We put all those two to shit. He just did the nation a favor.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I couldn't believe Tepper coming in, man. I saw what that guy was doing from the start, and I'm like, oh my God, what is this dude? It's like just, some, rich, pompous, whatever, and it's like, dude, you meddling in with the Panthers, just set the whole franchise back like, a decade. It's like,
something
Terrible.
I can get from a lot of owners, you know.
Look, some of these owners in the MLS are smart and other owners are dumb. Stan Kroenke, Magic Johnson, Jimmy Haslam have made smart business decisions with the soccer teams.
I
They
know all about
Arthur Blank too, Rob Kraft. Whereas other owners like John Fisher and Dave Tepper, it's like they're having a trading places contest to see who's the biggest idiot in sports.
Now, here's the thing. I've been hearing this in a lot of sports where owners have been getting involved way too much. And we've been hearing one about lately. The one that I have really been hearing about lately, the Jets.
You know, Clark Hunt owns FC Dallas in addition to the Chiefs. Clark Hunt, the Chiefs owner, he owns FC Dallas, the MLS team, too. So Clark Hunt does own an MLS team, but they didn't have a very good – they had an okay draft, but not a spectacular one. So I think you're relieved to hear that. Clark Hunt's at least screwing up in one of the two teams he owns.
Well, here's the thing. You know, Woody Johnson with the Jets has made me feel a lot better about the Browns dysfunction because now I can, for the first time in my life, I can say, well, we're not the Jets. We're not these guys. It's like, Woody Johnson.
Does Woody Johnson own any other sports teams besides the Jets? That's what I'm, He did make a $2 billion bid for Chelsea FC, but withdrew from the bidding process. And Chelsea's like, phew, we dodged a fucking bullet. Let's drink, boys. That's.
Here's the thing about Woody Johnson. Woody Johnson, something I learned recently. This man has never been successful in his life. He's got some old money. He is the grandchild of the founder of Johnson & Johnson.
Yep.
Okay? He has never done anything. He has never earned anything. He just happened to have old money, bought a professional football franchise, and has fucked it up the entire way. And that is literally what Woody Johnson is. He looks like a nice, cool old man. You want to love him. But then when you really look deep into it, you find out why the Jets have the longest playoff.
He only owns one team. That is the Jets. He only owns one team. That is the Jets. He's not making multiple sports teams suffer. Some owners are making multiple sports teams suffer, which is why I don't consider Woody Johnson the worst owner. He's the worst NFL owner, but because he doesn't own multiple sports teams, I can't sit here and say he's the worst owner in sports. John Fisher and Dave Tepper own multiple sports teams, and I think because of that, they're worse than Woody Johnson. That would be my argument, William. It's a sound one. It's not a good one, but it's a sound one.
Woody Johnson only makes a territory suffer. He doesn't make everybody else suffer.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that whole Woody Johnson thing as well. So.
They're not Woody Johnson.
Yeah. And Woody Johnson has done a terrible job and, hired some, bad coaches and everything else and forced in some bad draft picks. So, yeah, I definitely have to agree with that he is just a bad owner. I mean, I'm not quite sure, who is up to, Snyder-like level, but, Tepper's well on his way. I mean, I just think.
I had Alex Hughes at 5th on my big board in the MLS draft. Magic Johnson got him at 22 by making a trade with David Beckham, and all he offered Beckham was $50,000 in allocation money. $50,000 is chump change for Magic Johnson. That's chump change for Magic.
Magic is like when he was younger, he wanted two things: to become a Hall of Fame basketball player and a successful businessman. And let's face it, he's not only become a Hall of Fame basketball player and a successful businessman, he's also become, if he keeps this up as an owner of a sports franchise, he's going to become a Hall of Fame owner.
Yeah.
I mean, let's face it, it's like Magic has exceeded his own expectations
And here's the thing. If we get right now, the favorites to win each conference in the MLS next year are Inter Miami with David Beckham and LAFC in the Western Conference. So it's very possible that Alec Hughes ends up, if he gets the game-winning goal in the MLS Cup next year, that trade that David Beckham made with Magic Johnson will go down in the history books. It's possible. It's not likely, but it is possible since both teams are currently favorites. Even though the LA Galaxy did win it all last year, my favorite team, they did win it all, but LAFC is considered the favorite according to betting sites to win the Western Conference in 25, and Miami's considered the favorite to win the MLS Cup right now for 2025. So it's possible that if we get a Miami LAFC Cup, that the guy Magic Johnson traded for with David Beckham ends up playing against Beckham in the biggest game of the year. It's not likely, but there's an outside possibility it happens. All right. I just got a text from William saying he's got to bounce. What else do you want to talk about before we sign off at 11? Can you stay till 11? It's 10:54.
I can stay till 11.
I was asking William.
Yes, sir.
Can you stay till 11? I know you got to bounce, but can you stay till 11? All right, cool.
Yes, sir.
What do you want to talk about for the last 6 minutes? You've got the floor.
Oh, me?
Yeah, you and Joey have the floor to talk about whatever.
Well, let's see. I mean, I started off this podcast here talking about Matt Araiza and what happened to him, and I think there just should really be more awareness in what happens in this kind of thing. Always blaming the guy, always blaming the famous guy, the one that might have some money, things like that. And these girls that do this kind of stuff should absolutely be put in jail for at least some amount of time to show them that destroying somebody's reputation like that is terrible. It almost cost him his career. It was lucky he was dropped from the lawsuit. I'm not sure any of the details, anything about that, but it was damn near tragic, man. I mean, he is a good kid. I mean, he is the punt god. I mean, he had that reputation, and no one deserves that. There just should be more awareness than that. So I would just like to add that.
Yeah.
William, I agree with you, and there has been more history recently of stuff like that happening. Obviously, UNC comes to mind. We've documented the Deshaun Watson thing here and the inconsistencies and the how the lawyers have such a huge impact on what happens, and how they bring in so many women, or how they take these women as good tricks, and then it comes out later, as it has done so many times, most of the time actually, that this didn't happen. They were, or it happened in a different way that was less malicious, and these women were sit there to take advantage of professional athletes. And every year it seems like we're getting a new case, something we didn't know about before. And it seems like it keeps getting worse. So, that is a great subject you brought up. And quite frankly, I would love to do a deep dive sometime in the future about this, because it is a fascinating subject. It's a subject that needs to be addressed that has not, I believe, has not been properly addressed by the media.
And yeah, I mean, that's what needs to happen, to publicly address things like this, because one time, I was wrongfully accused, but nothing like this, and nothing like sexual, nothing like that. But the point was, to be sitting there and realize, how much of your life that takes up, that case took up, 6 months of my life, and it was one of those things where, they actually had me afraid of the consequence, to where I was willing just to admit to something stupid to get them off my back. And, it's a terrible thing to be in that situation. And it certainly, falls over to certain situations, like this. And the court system, I mean, it seems like, even in politics and whatever, and celebrities and everything else, that there's a whole lot of accusations going around, and it's not even for the reason that they did it, that they're actually using the courts as weapons against people, and in politics. Like I said, it happens with celebrities. It happens all over the place, and that's,
Yeah,
I don't know, it just keeps happening.
And there are people don't understand the mental scars people go through. There are people that will never be in relationships again because they cannot trust anybody who comes into their life. They don't ever get close to anybody again because of this stuff. And that is a travesty. That is a travesty, and that is stuff that happens on a daily basis. And that's something I think we can all, or at least most of us, can relate to on some level, maybe not on a legal level, but on some level, that, it is absolutely horrific to go through something like this. And these guys are going through it on a legal, the reputation is punished, their careers are ruined, everything is done, and these women face nothing.
Yeah.
And that is fine.
It's, I have a degree in criminal justice and psychology, and it was because of situations, where people were either guilty or not guilty, and I saw it in my life, and I thought that, better things should have happened to them, or worse things. I've seen murderers walk for accessory charges, accessory to it happened to my uncle. My uncle was murdered in 1981, 3 months before I was born. It was a cold case for 29 years. And, growing up, I had always heard about it, dealt with it, heard my parents talk about it, everything else. And, I went into criminal justice, specifically pretty much for that. And after 29 years, I was the one that solved my uncle's murder. And I saw the guy blame it on the guy that was dead. He was guilty as sin, and blame it on the other guy and cut a deal for accessory. And the DA let him do it and get 2 years in prison for a murder one charge. And it's like, dude, it's like, yeah, we got the conviction. We found out, I found out, who did it. I put the guy behind bars, but still it wasn't what it should have been. I mean, he took someone's life and covered it up for all those years. And like I said, I solved it. I actually got it. Met the guy and knew right when I met him, when I shook his hand, that he was the one that killed my uncle because of the way he looked at me. He heard my last name, heard me introduce myself, but I didn't have any sympathy for him. But, there are situations where the law could have worked better, and where it could have, where it, actually maybe took care of some things. But to be wrongfully accused, like I said, coming back to all this, is just one of those things, it can change your life, and it shouldn't ever have to, and there should be consequences, and everything else for the people that do this. So I'll end with that.
Yeah, William, I
want to applaud you because that took a lot of courage to say, but I'm sure Joey's going to go deeper into that than I will.
William, I'm glad you spoke on this. You're a good man. I'm glad we get to talk to you on here. You're obviously more learned than most people, you know, that do what we do on the internet and on, you know, the broadcast and everything. And I'm just glad that we have you on here because breath of fresh air and you understand things and can get deeper into things that a lot of us, you know, in this industry don't quite get to. So I just want to say thank you for being here and just being here.
Definitely, man. I appreciate that for real. I'm so glad to be here and be doing this now instead, because, you know, before, when I was, you know, wanting to get into the criminal justice thing, you know, it was because I wanted to help people, because, you know, like I said, because I saw all those things. But with what I'm doing now with this football thing, you know, I mean, this provides hope. You know, I have always had football in my life to always have that. There's always next year. There's always that, you know. And if, you know, I'm sitting there writing an article, finishing an article, you know, whatever, somebody sees it, somebody reads it, maybe it helps someone, you know. If I help one person, you know, I mean, I feel that I can do, you know, just as much here as I could as in the world of criminal justice and psychology. So,
William, your understanding of right and wrong makes more difference than you know. For a lot of people that were wrong. So just your understanding of it is an inspiration. So thank you.
thank you, sir. Like I said, I'm glad to be here, man. Just chat some football and try to do some things, man.
We are so glad to have you on, man.
Appreciate that, Chris. I'm glad to be here. That you guys will even have me. So
it's good. It's good to have different perspectives on things. And when I'm swamped with topics, I like to give my guests the floor. And we can't really do the predictions until I finish the write-ups. And this is the first time I've ever been in this situation where I don't have all of the write-ups. Because here's the thing. We didn't get the game recaps done until like Wednesday, Thursday night. That's on me. But I've had to update the games on the fly with hardly any time. And there's still 2 games left. There's the Sunday night game and the Monday.
We're not going to put this on you because you texted me this morning when I was in the shower and let me know that I missed a couple games when I sent you my predictions. So some of this is on me. But we're not going to let it go all on you. Some of this is on you.
I would say 10%'s on you, but 90%'s on me. Okay?
But
and I'm being.
You're not taking the full blame. You might take 90% of the blame, but you're not taking the full blame. Part of it is on you.
And I admire the fact that you're taking accountability because, I mean, we had everyone's picks except everybody except Oren sent me their picks before Friday. But I don't really want to throw Oren under the bus because he had a rough day. Some people were giving him shit. He works hard to do his thing. So, you know, but that's the thing. A lot of it is when I usually wait for a few things. I wait for because there's a few people that keep track of NFL predictions. I know John Gonzalez, the Sports Authorities, updates his Pick'em group. Jason Bannell's got a Yahoo group, and I know Fantasy Nerds. They only keep track of the mainstream media people, not everyone in the country. But we try to keep track of everybody who sends picks or posts records online and has receipts. We do our best to keep track of everything because some sites, the bigger sites, they don't keep track of our records. So I am on the 15th game out of 16 games. That is the game before the Sunday night game.
10 minutes? 5-10 minutes?
I'm just getting the point spreads and the percentages up for each team. But yeah, I'm getting the over-unders up for the Raider-Charger game.
I know how fast you type when you have after you have the statistics down. So 5-10 minutes. That's pretty much what you're looking at.
Basically, when it comes to injury reports, injury reports, depth chart, roster updates, I just copy and paste the team write-ups, and then I update the point spreads based on the analytics, betting markets, trends, etc., etc.
Because when you finish that out, I actually do have some stuff that I was researching.
Why don't you drop some of the stuff you're researching now, so that way, when I'm done, I can jump in, and you can talk about whatever until I'm done researching.
That is what I was thinking, because let's face it, I've been hearing some stuff about a couple people.
You know, Jalen Milroe's playing in the Senior Bowl. I wasn't going to bring this up, but since William's about to... I don't know if William's still here. Oh, yeah, he's still here, but not going to be for much longer. But, yeah, because he's got other areas. He'd love to stick around, but he's got other stuff he's got to do today, unfortunately. But, yeah, Milroe's going to be in the Senior Bowl. So is Dylan Gabriel. So is Will Howard. So is Jackson Dart. Those are 4 of the quarterbacks that have been announced for the Senior Bowl this year. So and Shedur's going to be in the Shrine Bowl. Cam Ward's probably going to go to the Shrine Bowl or just wait till the Combine or Pro Day to throw. That's probably what we're looking at with Cam Ward. He got an invite to the Senior Bowl, but, you know, he didn't accept it on the spot. I think the last QB to decline a Senior Bowl invite was Burrow. So Cam Ward might be the first QB to decline a Senior Bowl invite since Burrow.
Cam Ward's kind of wishy-washy, you know, stepping in the transfer portal and then, you know, coming back out and declaring for the draft and then transfer portal, whatever. Going back and forth, he flip-flops a little bit. So,
but here's the thing. Here's the thing. I think Cam Ward's the best QB in the draft despite the wishy-washiness, but you know how these all-star game people, whether it's Galco, Nagy, whoever, they're like politicians. They're going to vouch for their guys. So everyone at the Shrine Bowl is going to say Sanders is QB1, and everyone at the Senior Bowl is going to say Milroe is QB1, even if their opinion is wrong.
Okay, I saw.
That's slightly accurate. What I would say is Cam Ward is the most physically talented quarterback, but he is also the most undisciplined.
Yes, and I think not only is he the most undisciplined quarterback, I think he has the lowest floor as far as potential of the 3. I think it's the best floor, but I also think he has the lowest ceiling. I think there's more room for growth. There's more. Can I finish? There is more room for growth with I think there's more room for growth with Shedur and Milroe than Ward, but I also think those two are far bigger projects. The floor is much lower. Ceiling's higher, but the floor is much lower than what you're getting with Cam Ward. With Ward, you're getting, I think, a day 1 starter.
Well, I disagree to a some extent, and here's why. Because Cam Ward has had 5 years to get some of these bad habits out of his system. And we're not talking Bo Nix 5 years, where Bo Nix, took time to develop, but he already had the traits. We're talking a guy that does not have the traits, but has all the talent. Cam Ward has the talent to be a top 5 pick last year. He has the talent to be a top 5 pick this year. He has the talent to be a top 5 pick next year.
I see a high-end starter, but not a Pro Bowler. I do think he's better than Bo Nix. Bo Nix was not a star. He was a high-end starter. We're hyping him up like he's a star. He's not.
I like Nix.
I will take the disciplined player over the undisciplined player. Bo Nix cannot play Cam Ward cannot play in structure. That's going to hurt him at the NFL level. What if you can get Cam Ward to play in structure, you'll be fine. He will do
I have the same grade on Cam Ward that I had on Jordan Love. That's how underwhelming this quarterback class is. I have the same grade on Cam Ward that I had on Jordan Love in 2020. That's how underwhelming this QB draft is.
I think I would have taken Love over Cam Ward.
Yeah.
Love to play in structure. And in the NFL, playing in structure is worth more than physical talent.
And Love wasn't great with progressions initially, but he improved that at the Senior Bowl, and then he got the right team, the right system. And that really helped. That made all the difference in the world.
Yeah, and here's something I've been hearing is that we are going to have a shake-up at the top of the draft. 1 to 2 trades in the top 5.
I think this draft, the last time there was this much drama entering the final week of the NFL regular season with the draft order was when Peyton Manning was a senior at Tennessee, and the Cardinals had the number 1 pick. They ended up winning, pissing that opportunity away, and the Colts took Peyton Manning. The rest is history. But can you remember a time before 98 where there was this much drama involving who's going to get the number 1 pick in the final week of the season? I think 98, the year Manning was draft eligible, was the last time we had this much drama involving who's going to pick at 1.
Well,
But, William, I know you got a few seconds left. Go ahead.
all right. This is what I got going right now. We're talking about Ward, Shedeur, and Jalen Milroe. I've got Jalen Milroe. I would take him at number 1 over Cam Ward or Shedeur Sanders. And I've got a 5th round grade on Shedeur. I've got a late first on Cam Ward.
I had a late first on Ward at the beginning of the year, but as he's progressed, I moved him up. So, here's what's interesting, William. I've got a late second on Shedeur, like in the 62 range. I've got a mid third on Milroe in the 80s, and I've got a top 5 grade on Ward now. But what I think is going to happen is Ward and Shedeur will go top 2, and most scouts, the people that Charlie Campbell's spoken with, have said they have a 2nd round grade on Milroe, but view him as a guy with starter potential. Since Milroe's going to be at the Senior Bowl, a good Senior Bowl by Milroe pushes him into the late round 1 range, which is where Bill Sparks is currently projecting him. That's the caveat here.
Yeah. And
Here's what I'm hearing something I don't know, William, whether you would have heard the same thing. I'm hearing right now Tommy Reese is going to be an offensive coordinator next year, and Jalen Milroe may be the quarterback next year for the team that he is.
I think the Raiders are going to pick Milroe. It's just a hunch. It's just this gut feeling. I think the Raiders are going to end up picking Milroe. The Browns are not going to pick Milroe. Because Tom Brady's going to have input on what quarterback the Raiders are going to draft. And I think he's going to have rapport with all 3 quarterbacks. So that's going to lead to the Raiders picking a quarterback this year.
Well, that actually fits into what I'm thinking, because I think Mike Vrabel is going to end up with the Raiders, and he's going to take Tommy Reese, and they're going to end up with Jalen Milroe. That's my thought process.
Yeah.
Because I've been hearing Kyle Shanahan is potentially going to end up replacing Dorsey with the Browns, which will leave Reese to go with Vrabel without any resistance, which will give Milroe and the Raiders and Vrabel their franchise quarterback to develop into a star.
And yeah, I would love to see him with the Raiders. My Aiden O'Connell or Baby Farva, I started that, by the way. The Baby Farva thing, I had him with the 5th round grade, and could develop into a starter. But the rift that was with the Raiders last year, I feel it is still there, and there's going to be a lot of change there. And I would love to see them with the weapons, Brock Bowers, with Michael Mayer, and get a running back.
This tells me that Milroe, if you pass on Milroe, something is telling me deep in my gut that no matter where you take him, if you pass on him, he's going to bite you in the ass.
I think the Raiders are going to get a receiver at 6, and they're going to end up trading Max Crosby to the Commanders for their 1st round pick, and that's where they're going to take Milroe. Maybe they won't trade Crosby away, but they'll either package multiple day 2 picks to move up back into the 1st round, and they'll pick Milroe there in the latter part of the 1st round. That's kind of what I think is going to happen.
William, are you hearing this? William, are you hearing this? Crosby random? Are you hearing the same thing I'm hearing?
I heard that. I heard.
Crosby to the Lions would be too obvious, and I don't think Milroe's going to be on the board at 31 or 32. I don't think
heard
he will
Crosby
be there
to
that late. So if
Crosby
you're
to
going to
the
get,
Patriots
I
last
did
night.
say Crosby, but that's
No.
just speculation on my end. I wouldn't trade Crosby away, but if the Raiders want to get a late first and take Milroe in the late first, they either have to trade Crosby or they have to move multiple day 2 picks, or like 2 seconds and a third or something like that to get.
I heard
the
Patriots. I heard the Patriots getting Crosby.
They run a 34 defense. They're not getting Crosby.
I'm just
going to a 4-3 team. And
this is the memes that were
Chiefs, the Lions,
floating.
the Bills all fit that profile.
To Williams' thought process, we have heard that the Patriots may or may not be looking for a new head coach, which is interesting because we have not confirmed or denied it, but at the same time, there is smoke there. If there's smoke, there has to be at least a little bit of a flame. So that's something to look forward to and to see what the hell's going on there, because they may not be completely happy with their head coach. Whether it happens this year, next year, whether they're changing their coaching staff, that's what we'll see on Monday. Black Monday coming up, guys. Black Monday's here. We're all going to be paying attention. William, Chris, myself, we're going to be paying attention. Black Monday's happening. But there are speculation about the Patriots and what they're going to do with their coaching staff. So we're going to have to sit back and watch, because that may have a direct effect on what the hell
if the Patriots love Travis Hunter and Will Campbell equally, they have nothing to lose and everything to gain by trying to win this game, because the worst case scenario is you drop to 4, Hunter and the 2 QBs, Ward and Sanders, go, and Will Campbell's still there at 4, and you still get your guy without having to give up anything.
Now, from what I heard, if the Titans win and the Browns lose, the Browns get number 1.
No, the Giants would have to lose as well. The Giants would have to win as well. And I do think the Browns are going to get number 1. I'll explain when we get to the predictions, but I am still working on the final 2 games here.
You think the Giants are going to win this week?
Tanner McKee is starting his first game for the Eagles against Drew Lock. I think Lock's going to outplay McKee in Philly.
Giants winning shocked me last week. I mean, Giants win 2 in a row. I'm not sure what I'll do with myself.
The Giants win 2 in a row, and Drew Lock taunts the Joe Schoen like Dr. Octopus in Spider-Man. That's as the Giants continue to hurt, as Drew Lock continues to hurt the Giants' draft position. He taunts Joe Schoen like Dr. Octopus in the Spider-Man comics. That's what's going to happen.
All right, man. I got to look at getting out of here.
It was fun having you on, William.
Yes, sir.
Great as always, William. Have a great day. Have a great week.
Thank you, sir.
See you next week.
All right, guys.
I don't know what we have planned for next week yet. I will break some NHL. I will break some NHL draft news, because Kerm had some NHL draft news after last Saturday's podcast. And this happened at the World Junior Championships. Andrew Kermish's number 1 player, Matthew Schaefer, he ran into a goalie post while skating, and he broke his collarbone. And Matthew Schaefer has gained some traction in the latest week. He's dealt with a lot of adversity. I've mentioned the adversity he's dealt with.
How do you manage that? How do you go in? It's fine. You go into a goalpost. Everybody happens.
He skates into the goalpost, and he collides with the goalpost and breaks his collarbone.
How do you do it at that angle? I mean, how are you going into this goalpost and you break your collarbone? That is something that I'm looking at, and I'm like, you have to go in at a certain angle. What are you doing going into the goalpost at that angle? Because that is not natural.
No, it's not. But they did this at the World Junior Tournament, and the World Junior Championships is big for everybody who doesn't watch these kids play in the CHL or the USHL. The World Juniors is really the only chance they get to scout these guys in person, and that's where Schaefer got hurt. But all the draft boards are different now, because at the beginning of the year, James Higgins was the unanimous number 1 player. He's still the consensus number 1 pick, but he's not unanimous number 1 anymore. Kerm has Matthew Schaefer atop his big board. Tracy Porter has Michael Misa atop his board. Tankathon now has Porter Martone at 1. They've moved Higgins down to 2. I said a month ago this could happen if Higgins did have 4 points in his first game at the World Juniors, but that was against kids his own age. That was not against men at Boston College or college teams Boston College is playing. That's against kids his own age. So he's dominating against his own age group, but he's not dominating against older players like veterans and stuff. So I feel like he needs to go back to Boston College and dominate at that level before he makes the jump to the NHL. But, this draft is going to be crazy because I don't remember the last time we had 4 different players in the running to go number 1. Usually we know who the number 1 pick in the NHL draft is going to be by September, Joey. And it's kind of boring. It's kind of bland. Because there's not that buzz. There's not that competition. There's not that excitement level. It's just who the number 1 guy is if you watch the tape. And this year, we kind of have a competition for that top pick. I don't know if that's a testament to how bad the class is or how good the class is, but those 4 guys are considered the stars of the NHL draft. It's also an uber deep goalie draft. There were 10 goalies in the top 90 back in July, none at a first-round grade. Now 2 are in the top 25. What does that say?
You don't have a lot of intelligent people because I'm looking at it, it's like you have people hurting themselves, you have people doing stupid shit, and then you have a lot of talent to go with it. But how long are these people actually going to play before killing themselves?
Well, to be fair, YouTuber Nathan Gravita, a pretty famous YouTuber, thinks it's a weak NHL draft class. He thinks it's a really weak class this year after the stars at the top. I don't know if I agree with him or not on that yet, because it is deep at some positions, but we thought last year we thought this class was going to be better than 2024. So I don't know where I stand in that respect yet.
So that's like saying this year's NFL draft class is weak. And it's not. It's actually really deep.
It's just a bad take to say the draft class is weak just because there's no star players after the first 4 picks. It just feels like a really lazy, half-assed fake take.
Or in the NFL case, hey, you only got 2 quarterbacks that people think are first-round worthy, maybe 3, depending on Dan Miller, so it's a bad class. That's a bad take. That's a bad take. This is you have to look at the class as a whole.
Yes, if there's 10 goalies in the top 90, that's a really good goalie class. And Carter Bear, Carter Bear is like one of the voices in the locker room for the Everett Silvertips. I call Carter Bear Baker Mayfield on skates. That's how much fire and passion and energy he brings to a team. He will scream, "Fuck yeah," while skating out of the locker room. And teams think that's a bad thing. No, that's a good thing. That is a good thing. The NHL needs more of that in spades. Carter Bear is going to be there at 18. He's not even projected in the top 15. I had this guy in my top 15 at the beginning of the year. He might be there for a playoff team at 18 like the Bruins. That's where Tankathon currently has Carter Bear. A playoff team.
You want to talk about Baker Mayfield in that situation? Let's put it this way. The Browns gave up on him. Everybody else gave up on him. He went to the Bucs. SU attitude. Guess what? The Bucs are loving it. And it's paying dividends. Baker Mayfield is right now the number 2 ranked quarterback in the NFL. He was taking number 1.
I have him 7th. He's the 7th best quarterback, in my opinion. I think the top 6 are pretty much locked in. You have Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, Justin Herbert. You have Jared Goff after those 5, and then QB7's up for debate. You can make a case for Hurts, Baker, Love, etc., etc.
I'm just talking the stats that I looked at last week. I don't know.
I'm looking at overall play, overall production, and overall upside, not just stats. Baker's 7 if you take everything into account from quality of production to throwing power, arm strength, QB rating, etc. He's about 7. But you can make a case for him as early as 7. But if we're just...
I was just going the stats this year.
Yeah.
Just the stats this year. And, if you allow somebody who could be number 2 at their position.
Well, he's not the second best QB based on talent. He's based on production. And production is a based metric. It changes by year. So it's like trending on Twitter. It's good, but it's only good in that moment.
Yeah, but if you can trend for 3 or 4 years, now, and you get a guy who's been trend for 3 or 4 years and be one of the highest in trending on Twitter, if you're talking Twitter run, you don't take that if that's going to make you money or...
I think Baker's the 7th best QB, and I think it's a debate. After the top 5 AFC QBs in Goff, I think there's a big gap between number 7, but you could put Love, you could put Hurts in that conversation, you could put... Jaden Daniels might enter that conversation if he keeps improving, okay?
That's very true.
So...
And if you want to go by that metric, then are you going to get upset that, the candidate, remind you of Baker Mayfield, is the 10th best at his position in the NHL?
He's actually, yeah, I mocked Carter Bear, the guy that reminds me of Baker Mayfield, at 13 back in July. He's now listed on the Bruins at 18. And Jake O'Brien, a preseason top 10 pick who won OHL Rookie of the Year last year, he is projected to go 19th to Vancouver. Why are we handing playoff teams top 10 talents? These mock drafts...
That's the thing. It's like we can argue whether the stats or Twitters or whatever, but at the end of the day, we both agree 2 through 10. Are you going to be upset with that? Are you going to be upset? Absolutely not. And that is what we're really getting at, is that we can argue semantics, but if they're top 10, they're top 10.
Yeah.
They're top 12. And are you going to be upset with that in the overall grand scheme of things? Absolutely not. I mean, that'd be really insane to be upset with.
Yeah, and there's some guys we had preseason first-round grades on that might be available in the second round of this year's draft. Emil Geit, we had a late first on him. Bill Zonin, the player I mocked the Dallas Stars, has 20 goals, 32 assists, 52 points. He's currently mocked the Colorado Avalanche at 38 on Tankathon. That is a guy who's going to be a steal if he falls out of the first round. I saw his interview on Facebook and YouTube. Really good interview. High character guy. That's not a guy who should be falling in the mid-30s, but it happens in the NHL draft. It happens sometimes. Artyom Vilchinsky is one of the biggest defenders in this draft, 6'4", 243, 7 assists, but 0 goals on the SKA St. Petersburg MHL team in Russia. So he has fallen from the back end of round 1 all the way to 60, where the Minnesota Wild pick in round 2 on Tankathon. So that is another guy to keep an eye on. So there's a few players that are falling a lot further than where they were projected to go. So I would say there are some talented players, and Joey was not excited about day 2 of last year's NHL draft at all. There are at least 5 players I named that Joey's semi-curious about if they fall to day 2 this year. Semi-curious, he's not into it like I am, but he's semi-curious what's going to happen if they fall. And the key word is he might care later. He doesn't care right now, but he might care later as we get closer to the NHL draft. But Tankathon only does 2 rounds. I'll go on a Lions. Lions has a 7-round NHL mock. I'll go there and see what's going on there. But the fact that there's not a consensus NHL draft big board right now makes it more interesting, because Porter Martone could go 1, Schaefer could go 1 if you agree with Kerm, Misa could go 1 if you agree with Tracy Porter, and then you have Hagen's the consensus number 1 pick, who's dominated against his age group but has not dominated against men on the collegiate level. He's doing enough to remain the number 1 pick, but he's not blowing people away and dominating every ounce of the draft process like the Sidney Crosbys, the Connor McDavids, the Connor Bedards, the Macklin Celebrinis. He's not dominating every ounce of the draft process, and that's what worries me.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, all is right in the fact that last year, I think when we were talking about the NHL draft, it was warmer in Florida, and I was at the beach. And I can remember that conversation clearly enough to say I was whipping everything probably after pick 20. I was either silent or whipping the hell out of every person that you brought up. I was not happy with it. I did not believe in it. And from what I understood and what little I have followed, those players have sucked this year. Now, next year in this draft?
Next year's draft's going to be better because the top 2 players in 2026 are Gavin McKenna and Ryan Ruberek. Ryan Ruberek is like the leader in the OHL in points right now, and McKenna leads the WHL in points. So those guys are going to go 1 and 2 in 26. They would go 1 and 2 in 25 like Jeremiah Smith in football.
Focusing on what you said, 2025, I'm a little... You're right. I'm a little shaky. Let's see what comes up. We got plenty of time. Not as much time as you get in the NFL draft. It's coming up a little bit quicker than that.
Jordan Gavin, one of my preseason top 10 picks, has fallen all the way to 92, where the Washington Capitals pick in round 3 on lines. So one of my preseason top 10 picks has dropped all the way down to 92. That's interesting. I'm seeing if there's any other guys that could be finds like that as we get closer to the draft. I'm not going to do a deep dive on every pick. I'm just scrolling through the mock and seeing what the finds are and what the value picks could be.
Yeah, because we do have to wrap up, after picks because we got NFL today.
Yeah, and I'm still on the I've got the Chargers game. I'm just checking Wes and Tracy's picks for the Raider game, and then I'll be on the Lion game. Yeah. So I don't want to go into a lengthy rant on this, but yeah. Lions has gone all the way up to 153. There's 224 picks in the NHL draft. They've gone all the way up to 153. So they don't have a 7-round mock, but they got the first 4 rounds up and most of round 5, which I will take at this point as a hockey fan. Because there's still 4 months to evaluate talent. Okay? There's still 4 months to get your name out there. It's not out there yet.
There is time. We're right now we're just doing our thing, but here before too long, our thing is going to have to switch to picks because at 4:05, shit kicks off. And then at 7:05,
that's 1:05. No, the first game starts at 4:30. The other game starts at 8.
I think the Browns Ravens started at 4:05, not 4:30. I thought they were the first.
Okay. No, I was gonna look up the. Yeah, so I'm pretty certain everybody picked the Chargers. I'm just double checking. Everybody took the Chargers, so the Chargers is a lock. And then so now I can copy and paste the Charger Raider game to the game recaps page, and then I can move on to the final game. The good news is I already copied and pasted the Lions Vikings. I haven't copied and pasted the write-ups, but I copied and pasted the game and updated the records because that game was in Week 18 last year. So instead of just getting rid of it, I figured I'd just copy and paste it and move it to the bottom of the page to save time.
And here's the thing. We've got a lot of good games, but we also have a few locks. The locks are going to be easy to get through. The good games may not be as good as you think.
And Tony Mario, when Tony Mario did his NFL power rankings this week, He went through the schedules for every rookie quarterback in 25, 26, and 27. So I will rant about that in some of the more boring games that are locks to give us some entertainment and some fun discussion points when we get to that. So
just don't expect me to be here after 3 because I'm going to get ready for the Browns game, and I'm going to have to be. And
I'm getting an LED ticker. Joey, I'm getting an LED ticker. My mom's bringing an LED ticker that's going to have like the playoff games and stuff today. It's coming today. The LED ticker can keep track of stocks, crypto, or NFL games live. So I'll have a prop item in the background. It'll have all of a thing. It'll have prop items in the background, and it will have like let's say the wild card game that airs on ABC at 4. You want a visual of that while we're doing predictions on the live stream. I will be able to do that, and it'll be fun when I get that.
I'm kind of happy that you were able to get that because I didn't think you were into getting that stuff. So I'm actually quite happy about that.
Yeah, I wanted an LED news ticker for a while. That was the Christmas birthday gift I wanted. So it's gonna have like it's gonna have a news ticker with all the NFL games. I can pick all the NFL games or just the main game that we're talking about, and then segue and use the clicker to pivot into the next game. So people won't just see visuals of the website; they'll see visuals of the ticker, and we'll put the ticker right next to the microphone on Restream. So people can see it. Our audience can see it.
That's a Christmas gift, man. That's a Christmas gift. So, whoever got you that Christmas gift, I salute them because that's really cool. That's really cool.
All right, on the final game here, it is Lions-Vikings. Just have to update the records from last year from 7-9, 11-5 to 14-2 for both teams, and then we just copy and paste the write-ups, and then we're pretty much done with this. Week. I'm also gonna post a link to the mock draft, 2025 mock draft, so that that's out of the way.
While you're doing that, I gotta ask you a question because I know you can multitask. We haven't talked about it much. What do you make of the Garrett Wilson and the Jets situation? I mean, is there a team you think he's going to end up with, or what do you think is going to happen here?
Here's what I think Woody Johnson's going to do. Garrett Wilson, you could either be the New York Jets property, or we'll send you to the worst situation in the league. And right now, the team with the worst receiver situation is our division rivals up in New England. Do you want to be our property, or do you want to be the Patriots' property? You don't get any other options, son. Those are your options, boy. That's what Woody Johnson's going to say to Garrett Wilson, and Garrett Wilson's going to fucking lose his shit and demand a trade. He's not even going to report to camp unless the Jets move him if Woody tries that shit. And we both know Woody Johnson is senile enough to try that.
He is, and here's the thing. With Garrett Wilson right now, he's basically already told Woody Johnson, it's him or me. Aaron Rodgers or me.
I think Aaron's going to retire to make that decision easier, but I think Garrett Wilson's just ready to move on from the Jets. I think Aaron Rodgers is going to retire, so the decision becomes easier, but I also think Wilson's just fed up with the Jets at this point. He wants out.
I agree. The two teams I've heard so far are the Browns and Patriots, but I have heard that there are other teams involved that want him. I just haven't heard the names of the teams. I've heard there are as many as 5 or 6 teams that are equally inquiring about him. So it could be a bidding war for Wilson.
I think the Texans will give up their first-round pick to the Jets, and they'll end up replacing Tank Dell with Garrett Wilson, Stroud's old teammate. That's my prediction. Because a team's going to give up a first for Wilson, but they're not going to give up a top 10, top 15 pick. So you're looking at playoff teams. If the Jets want to get a first for Wilson back, you're looking at playoff teams acquiring Wilson. And that brings us to like teams like the Steelers, the Chiefs. The Chiefs. I don't think the Chiefs would give up a first for him, but the Steelers, the Texans, you're looking at teams like that when it comes to Wilson's trade market if you move him to a playoff team for another first.
Yeah, it's like if it was last year, I would say the Chiefs would have been involved, but
They got Worthy on a rookie
yeah,
deal. He's been
yeah.
amazing down the stretch.
So a year later, I think they're a year too late on that one. But yeah, if it's not in the top 15, then I'm not sure the Jets can get the same return. I think the top 15 teams maybe
They can still get a 1 for Wilson. I'll acknowledge the Jets can still get a 1 for Wilson, but it's probably going to be a back-end first-round pick.
Yeah, otherwise you're going to...
And I don't think the Jets are going to move Wilson unless a receiver unless McMillan or Luther Burden falls to the back half of round 1. And it's a situation where it's like the Traylon Burks, A.J. Brown trade. I only think the Jets move Wilson unless it's like the A.J. Brown situation a few years ago. Right team, right receiver on the board, and it's beneficial for both parties. The team trading for Wilson and the Jets. It's got to be equally beneficial, and the situation's got to be exactly like what happened with A.J. Brown in order for a trade to go down on draft night.
Yeah, that makes sense because as bad as the Jets situation is, I don't think that the Jets and Wilson situation is as bad as the Broncos and Jerry Jeudy, where they were publicly just bitching at each other, and the Jets and the Broncos just wanted to get rid of them. I think
because you know what Elliott Wolf and Andrew Barry are thinking? Let's give the Jets a second-round pick for Garrett Wilson. And they're laughing their asses off like Beavis and Butthead ready to fleece Woody Johnson. That is what they are thinking.
Because they are, and those two guys are anticipating that this thing with Garrett Wilson and the Jets is going to blow up. That's what they're thinking. And they're just waiting, and they're just biding their time. Because if it blows up, they know they can send a second or third, or third or fourth, or third or fifth, or two-thirds to the Jets, and they'll get it. If it blows up. If it doesn't blow up, you are 100% correct. It will take, Garrett Wilson's going to go to a team in the first round outside of the top 15. But if it blows up,
because the only way the Patriots or Browns gets Garrett Wilson is if they trade a second. The Jets aren't going to do that. And this thing's probably going to drag out. And the truth is, Wolf and Barry want this thing to drag out so they can lowball the Jets and then laugh their asses off like Beavis and Butthead when they get Garrett Wilson in trade. That is exactly how this is going to go down.
Oh, yeah, because that's what happened with Andrew Barry and the Broncos with Jerry Jeudy. They let it drag out for over a year. Give Barry credit for, being patient. He let it drag out for over a year. And then you let another play fall through, and then he lowballed. You don't think Elliott Wolf wouldn't do the same thing? Elliott Wolf would do the exact same thing. So there's a very real chance in that scenario that the Patriots end up with Garrett Wolf. Because Elliott Wolf is patient enough, he's smart enough, he will let this thing go nuclear. And when it goes nuclear, he'll strike.
Yeah, exactly. And here's the thing: a lot of people are saying the Patriots are going to get a T. Higgins in free agency. They're not going to get the top free agent receivers. If the Patriots get a free agent receiver, you're looking at guys like Amari Cooper, you're looking at Chris Godwin, and you're looking at guys who are Keenan Allen, solid middle-tier receivers, but not top priority free agents as far as value goes.
Now, Chris, I've heard a few games. Patriots have won with T. Higgins. I've heard that Joe Burrow may restructure to re-sign T. Higgins.
I think Higgins is going to go back to Cincinnati because there's a way for the Bengals to get both Chase and Burrow, but it involves cutting the following players: Sheldon Rankins, Alex Kappa, and Sam Hubbard. It involves cutting those three and maybe cutting one of the safeties. But if you cut those four players, you keep your core linebackers, you keep your core receivers, you keep your core offensive line, And as long as you can reload in the draft at those positions, you can create a Super Bowl window for Joe Burrow.
Well, then I've been hearing, and maybe I cheated a little bit because I am from Athens and so is Joe Burrow. But what I've been hearing, Joe Burrow is going to renegotiate his contract to convert the signing bonuses to free up cap space so that they can re-sign everybody they need to re-sign. Long term. Now, that is significant because T. Higgins is looking at a significant amount of money to re-sign. And that is, maybe I'm cheating a little bit with just because of where I'm from and the people I have contact with, but that's what I'm hearing. And if that happens, then Cincinnati, who does admittedly have one of the best offenses in football, arguably the best offense in football, and one of the worst defenses in football, will not have to worry about their offense at all. And they can reload their defense in the draft. And that's significant.
And basically, if you cut Alex Kappa, you're cutting your right guard, your defensive tackle, your and one of your safeties, and you're cutting so you're cutting Sheldon Rankins, your defensive tackle, Sam Hubbard, your left end. You've got Osai, you've got Miles Murphy, your 23 first-round pick. If you let Hubbard go, you save $9.6 million if you get rid of Hubbard. So you get rid of Hubbard, you get rid of Sheldon Rankins, you get rid of Alex Kappa, and you cut one of the safeties. I think either Bell or and Bell. You cut those four, you have enough money for Jason Higgins.
Let's face it.
The Bengals will do that in a heartbeat if it means they can get those four and restructure Burrow and they get Higgins and Chase. They will do that in a heartbeat.
Well, I think Burrow's going to restructure to the point that they can get Chase. The thing is, with Higgins, he has publicly announced he wants Higgins back. And that means that Hubbard guy that you mentioned, who I thought was going to end up getting cut anyway, is going to get cut, which means that money will be allocated to T. Higgins.
Because it's $9.6 million. That's what it costs to cut Hubbard. That's what Wes pointed out. Usually Tony Mario is the one on top of these buyouts, but Wes beat Tony to that one. So, yeah.
Well, that is, something.
So when we say our company is competitive, we don't just have one insider getting buyouts. We have two. So that's a good problem to have. It's a very good problem to have.
It is, but here's the thing. Just because it costs them that much now, they can defer or convert and put a lot of money in the signing bucket. So they can, backload a little bit as needed and restructure. It is not guaranteed that they will fall short simply because of the situation. The cap is something we've learned over recent years. The cap is not as stagnant as we first thought. That we thought over 20 or 30 years. The cap is flexible as shit. Okay? You can maneuver the cap to make it work. So, there is no guarantee that paying out $9 million to whatever, however, make $8 million, $7 million, whatever.
For you, it's just a number. You want to keep it simple, stupid, and get to the point. For me, it's a number. It matters, and I'm going to continue to emphasize how it matters.
You emphasize how it matters. I'm going to tell you how it works. How it works is the simple process is that the general manager can reallocate funds. This is a business process. Reallocation of funds is how businesses cook the books. And the salary cap is not immune to that business process. Okay? If they reallocate to future where they're not on contract, fine. If they reallocate to signing bonuses, fine. That takes money off the books. Okay, that's how you cook the books a little bit. That's how you open up salary cap room. You can cook the books. So if you sign him and say, I signed him for, let's say, $60 million. Just a round number. If you pay him $5 million the first year, well, he'd do $55 million over the next 7. Oh, guess what?
Hubbard's not getting a 7-year contract. He's probably getting a 3 or 4-year deal. Let's be real, Joey. Let's be real.
Let's just say that.
Then make the example more realistic, please.
Okay, 5 years. 5-year deal. Okay, 10 years, $10 million for the first year, 5-year deal. Okay, and now you have bonuses.
Well, Hendrickson, I think, is in the final year of his contract, too, in 2025. That's the other reason you're buying out Hubbard. Hendrickson, I could see getting a 5-year extension. Hubbard, I think, is only going to get 3 or 4. He might only get 1 or 2. Let's be real.
Okay. But you recognize what I'm saying here is that you can work around that number through reallocation of funds through certain aspects of the cap and work around the cap. And that is incredibly important, though. That is where people like Tyler Roseman shine and make me really angry because he knows the cap. He knows how to maneuver the cap. He knows how to get whoever he wants, when he wants, how he wants to do it, and make it fit under the cap by restructuring who he needs to restructure and doing it how it needs to be done.
I just, can I tell you a quick story? I know it's a little off topic, but at the East-West Shrine Bowl I was at, Zadarius Smith was there. It's a cool story involving Zadarius Smith. I'd like to share it.
Zadarius Smith, he's a great guy.
So this was when he was on the Vikings before he signed with the Browns. Him, his agent, and his kid were chilling together. Him and his agent get like an emergency call about a team recruiting him. I don't know who it was. It might have been the Browns for all we know. So what happens? Turns out Roger Goodell was at the bar at Allegiant Stadium. Roger Goodell was at the bar. So Roger Goodell decides to babysit Zadarius' kid before him and his agent come back. And the kid's okay. And then Zadarius and his agent, they do their thing with the kid and everybody goes home. They're happy and they move along. So Roger Goodell has some experience in the babysitting department. And if you give him shit about this, he will deny it all fucking day.
I would never give him shit about that. I think that is a classy move. As far as I give Roger credit, he did a very good thing. I love that he is willing to do that, and the fact that he is at the bar to begin with makes me think that I would love to sit in a bar with him and talk turkey because,
they've got a bar at Allegiant Stadium. So if you're not on the sideline and you want to get food or you want to get beer, you can go to the bar. There's like a mini bar, a restaurant, and
what that shows me is that he's not an oligarch. He's just a regular guy who's going up getting a beer, and he just gets paid handsomely to work for the owner. And that makes me humanize him a little bit more. So I really do like that, and the fact that he's willing to want somebody to get that humanizes him even more. So I do have a lot more respect for Roger Goodell based on that story alone, because that shows that he is more for what the media makes him out to be.
Yeah. And it's great to see stuff like that. I mean, it's awesome to see because I know most of the reporters on the sideline, they're walking around looking at the teams, looking at who they can interview at halftime, and I see that going on. and there's a bar. Like if you go into the deck, like if you go above the players row where the Chiefs sideline was in last year's Super Bowl, there's like a bar or something in the background of Allegiant Stadium where you can grab a beer, watch TV at the bar, or whatever. There's a bar at Allegiant Stadium. I know because I've been in the stadium. It's pretty cool.
That's one of the things, because I heard a lot of people that sang Rosie Goodell's praises when the Browns hit to the draft. And now that you tell that story, it's like, damn, Goodell just sounds like a really good guy that just happens to be in a really tough situation. I mean, that's what these stories that come out keep telling me. They're a really good guy in a really bad situation. But he's getting paid a lot of money to be in that bad situation, so, you can't really feel sorry for him for a bad situation, but you can feel good about him as a person. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So, yeah, it's, I think, I don't even know how the hell we got on that and what we were talking about before. Because that just feel good things in my belly. That Reggie Bill will do something like that. So I'm a little I don't know what we were talking about before. I think it was something to do with draft. But I'll never know.
All right, so we got. I just have to copy and paste the write-ups for the Vikings and Lions, and then just get the points spread up for the Sunday night game, and then set some other data up, and then I am done with week 18. So that's really all I got to do. In the meantime, why don't we go through, because I am going to start an MLB mock draft next week. Why don't we go through the MLB lottery? I don't think we ever did that just due to time constraints and all the topics we had. Because that took place last month. Why don't we go through that briefly here? We're not going to do a mock right now, but we'll go through that briefly just to kill time because we need some icebreakers until the picks get up. So the Washington Nationals ended up moving up 3 spots from 4 to 1. They are going to pick number 1, the Nationals. The Angels moved up 1 spot from 3 to 2. The biggest winner in the MLB draft was the Seattle Mariners. They moved up 14 spots from 17 to 3. They made a bigger jump than the Reds, who moved from like 16. The Reds moved from like 15 to 2 last year. The Mariners moved from 17 to 3. They made a bigger jump than the Reds, Joey.
That's kind of surprising because I was actually expecting Marlins to get a top 3 pick. So that is actually really surprising that somebody moved up 14 spots.
The Rockies ended up dropping 3 spots from 1 to 4. The Cardinals moved up 10 spots from 14 to 5. They pick ahead of the Pirates, who have the final lottery pick. And the Marlins ended up dropping all the way down from tied with the Rockies for best odds to 7th. Blue Jays are 8th, Reds are 9th, and the White Sox round out the top 10 because of the market share deal, market size, revenue sharing, TV revenue sharing deal screwed the White Sox out of the number 1 pick. They pick at 10. The Athletics pick at 11 because they had 2 top 6 picks in consecutive years.
That didn't surprise me. The White Sox pick didn't surprise me. But at the same time, I do feel sorry for the White Sox and their fans because they had the worst season in the history of Major League Baseball, and they're picking 7th.
They're picking 10th. They're not picking 7th. They're picking 10th. They're picking 10th.
Well, I feel worse for them. I thought they were 7th. They're picking 10th. I feel absolutely atrocious for them. Because this is a team, they have a few players I like, but they got so many freaking holes. They got so many problems. They are and I always go back to the Manny Ramirez punch. And they are 46 at like 190 something since then. It is atrocious. It's like Manny Ramirez punched the hope out of that franchise. It is a horrific record. It is like it's drained. every ounce of life out of that franchise. I can't explain it. It's inexplicable. How one moment they are doing well, and the next moment they are just the worst franchise in baseball. After one punch. I can't explain it. It should not be explainable. It should not be something that happens. Chris, can you explain it?
No, I can't. I mean, right now I'm looking at the MLB mock drafts. Ethan Holiday, Jackson's younger brother, is the projected #1 pick to the Nationals. Jay Slaviolette, the Texas A&M center fielder, who's 6'6", 230. Actually, he's a right fielder, but he is 6'6", 230, top college baseball bat. Is projected to go second to the Angels. Tyler Bremner of UC Santa Barbara is projected to go third. UC Santa Barbara did have the #1 pick in the MLS draft, so UC Santa Barbara could have the #1 pick in the MLB and MLS draft. Bremer's a pitcher.
Chris, I will put it to you like this. We have been beefing up Holiday for years. At least 3 years. Both of them.
Yeah.
If he does not live up to the hype, we're both going to be using Carlos.
Yep.
We've been hyping him up so long. It's like this guy's got to come out and he's got to play at least one side of him. He's got to be the best of the best.
Jamie Arnold, the Florida State pitcher that Cougs had the top college pitcher grade on for 2025 last year, is #4 to the Rockies. Brennan Summermill, Arizona, the Cardinals. Pirates get Kason Cunningham. He is a high school batter from San Antonio. He is projected to go 6th to the Pirates. I don't think the Pirates need a shortstop. I don't think they're going to take a high school shortstop, but this guy, Kason Cunningham, I think he's a Gold Glove shortstop. I mean, his fielding is better than Ethan Holiday's. I think Holiday has more pop in his bat, but I think Cunningham's a better infielder in terms of defense. So Seth Hernandez of Corona High School, California, is projected to go 7th. So high school is the White Sox are projected to get a high school pitcher at 10. The second best high school pitcher is projected to go to the White Sox at 10. There's a lot of good college freshman of the year in the 2026 MLB draft. Merrick Houston of Wake Forest, a college shortstop, goes to the Red Sox at 15. Ike Irish, the Auburn catcher, went to the Cubs at 17. Luke Stevenson, the North Carolina catcher, to the Twins. I'm going through some of the names. I'm not going to go. The fact that there's like 3 or 5 high school pitchers in the top 25 should make you nervous. Kyson Witherspoon, he has the best fastball slider combo, but he doesn't have a good changeup or curveball, but he's a really good fastball and slider. Kyson Witherspoon, he's projected to go to the Guardians at 27.
Well, thank God for that, because, I've said it before in this podcast, I'll say it again. Curveball throwing the curve at a young age is the fastest way of coming John surgery you'll ever have.
Yeah, and people are acting like the fact that he only knows the fastball and slider is a red flag. For Joey, it's a green flag. Because
I will go to the grave saying that is great for a pitcher, because if you develop curveball later, that means you're not going to have that poke on your elbow, which means you're not going to have as much on the John surgery.
yeah, and Kyson Witherspoon, the Guardians, that's a good pick. California Baptist outfielder Nick Dumensil, 27 steals, 20 home runs, is projected to the Mets. So that's just the first round of Jim Callis's MLB mock. I'm not going to go through everything detail by detail. That was from a few months ago. Bleacher Nation did a mock yesterday. I'll quickly get through some of this stuff here because I'm still looking for the Vikings write-up from week 17 to copy and paste here. It's getting harder for me to multitask, but yeah, I'll quickly see what's available here. So Oregon State second baseman Avita Arquette is projected to go to the Giants. The baseman in the first round. Dean Curley, the Tennessee shortstop on the College World Series Volunteers, is projected to go to the Braves in this mock. I would not. Gavin Killen, the Tennessee second baseman, is projected to go to the Padres. Trent Carraway, the Oregon State third baseman, is projected to go to the Guardians. Are they going to take him to replace Jose Ramirez when his contract's up? Is that the plan? Stash him in the minors and bring him up to play with Bazzana? I'm looking at Carraway here. He batted .339, but only had 5 doubles and 2 home runs, 6.22 203. But he was a part of that Oregon State infield with Bazzana, Trent Carraway, third baseman. And he had a .431 on base percentage. So we'll see. But
Jose is a little bit different because Jose loves Cleveland, and he doesn't love it for the way some other people do. He loves it because it's the other way. He does not like being in the spotlight in Cleveland as well. He will probably retire no matter what anything else happens, and that's because he does not want to go to a bigger market. He does not want to go to a team that's going to be high profile. He wants to go in Cleveland. He loves Cleveland as a city because it is not one of those cities where it's like New York, where if you walk out of your apartment, you are smart. He wants to stay in a place where he is incognito. It is actually been like the Nuggets and the Oklahoma City Sports Center said he was at the gym with Manny Ramirez once. And Manny Ramirez was talking to somebody in Spanish, and he said, he was talking to somebody in English. And Mikey asked him something, and he said, no speak English. He does not want to be recognized. He wants to be as incognito as humanly possible. And he feels Cleveland is the best place for that. And so he is not going to go anywhere until he retires. And he will take a lesser contract to make sure that happens because he does not want to be in any situation where he's going to step out of his house and hit from Florida's high school. And that's not going to happen next week. And whoever wrote that mock draft missed the mark on the contract extension of Manny Ramirez because Manny Ramirez will make sure he stays in Cleveland.
You know, here's the sad thing. I think Cleveland passed on Derek Jeter in the 1992 MLB draft, the year after they drafted Manny. If they had drafted Jeter, not only would they have won a World Series, he would have taken the offer Manny gotten to stay with Cleveland.
Well, I don't think they missed it because of that. I think they missed it because if you really think about it, I don't know if the opportunity arose because I wasn't following the nature of the draft then. But there was a thing. I don't think if you had a choice between one or the other that you would have made a wrong decision. What I think is that if you could have finagled your way to get both.
But here's what I'm saying. If you had gotten Jeter instead of the guy Cleveland drafted who was a bust at 2, if you had gotten Jeter, you probably win 95 or 97. You probably win one of those two. You probably win 2007 against the Red Sox and beat the Rockies in 07 as well. Because Jeter would have taken the money that Manny was offered because that's what he got when he took his extension with the Yankees. He got exactly what Manny was offered on the dot with the Yankees. So Jeter would have stayed in Cleveland had Cleveland drafted him at 2.
Yeah, Jeter was extremely low.
I don't think Jeter would have stayed his entire career in Cleveland. I think after 2010, he would have gone to the Yankees and wrapped up his career with them. But I think Cleveland would have gotten Jeter from 95 to 2010, which would be 15 years of Jeter. So you'll take that any day if you're a Cleveland fan.
Jeter has proven himself to be extremely loyal in everything he's done, even through the back. So I would have to think that in that situation, Jeter would have stayed his entire career, which means the Guardians would have potentially had Jeter and Romero.
And they would have won at least one World Series in 95 or 97 with Jeter. They may have won multiple series because they went to the 98 ALCS and lost to the Yankees. So they may have won in 98 with Jeter too. You can throw, they would have won one of those 3 World Series. Maybe 2. I don't think they would have gone back to back though, but I think they would have, you can argue they would have won one of those 3 and played in 2.
Yeah, I just think that Jeter and Ramirez would have been teammates somewhere along the line. Because I feel Jeter is so loyal. It's like, let's face it, Jeter has sold his stock in a failing franchise a couple years ago. He could have walked away from the Yankees years ago before he retired. He didn't. The man's just loyal. Man's got maybe loyal to his own fault. You know, so I gotta think that maybe Jeter and Manning would have been teammates. In that case, it's revisionist history, but who knows what would have happened at that point. But that's just my thought process on it. It's like, and you know, I hold loyalty in high regard. So, you know, it just makes me think the world of Jeter. But at the same time, what if? Just what if? A lot of things could happen.
Agreed.
And something else. How long Jeter played versus how long Manny's played? That just came to mind. It's like, both guys played a lot of years.
Manny was drafted in 91 and Jeter was drafted in 92.
Yeah, that's just freaking, that is a, these guys have been playing a long time. I mean, well, Manny's still playing.
No, Manny's not still playing, but he played in the MLB for 19 seasons.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
He played from 1991 to 2020.
Yeah, he did retire, didn't he?
And Jeter played from 1992 to 2014.
I thought Manny was still playing for some reason.
He played for the Sydney Blue Sox in 2020. I don't know if they're a minor league team or an overseas team.
I thought the Blue Sox are a minor league. Not a minor league.
Sydney Blue Sox, they're in Australia. But yeah.
Yeah. So, okay, then maybe what I was thinking is because he's playing for he may still be playing for the Blue Sox, for all I know. I don't know how long American media stretches.
52% betting the under in the Lions-Vikings game, so I'm taking the over. It's going to be a high-scoring game.
Which game is that?
Lions-Vikings. 52% is taking the under, but the over-under is ridiculous margin. It's 56.5. So that means 57 combined points are going to be scored between the Lions and Vikings. I feel like going Lions 30, Vikings 27 for my score.
Well, here's the stupid shit that I've noticed this week, and I've noticed a lot this year, is that all the arounders for the most part are between 115 and 105, which means you get your $1 back. Then
the games that are push let me
are lowballing you out the ass this year if you take the over.
Basically, the over-under, if it's 115, 105, that means it's a toss-up.
Yeah, it's like they are lowballing you. It's like the Ravens and Browns were 105 on the over-under, and it's a negative 20.
The spread's at negative 20.
They are fucking lowballing you on the over-under this year. And it is disgraceful about how much they're doing it.
No, because here's the thing. If you can't make money betting on the winner of the game, you either have to make money on the point spread of the game or the over-under. That's the reality when it comes to running a sports book. If you're not making money on the game, and 70% of bets, the public's won 70% of bets this year. The public's won 70% of bets this year when it comes to just straight up pick 'em. No point spread applied. So the sports books have to find other ways to make money. And I do have the Browns picking at number 1. I do have the Browns getting the number 1 pick. I got a good parlay bet for you here, Joey.
This is a terrible bet. You know.
I got a prop bet for you, Joey. If you bet on the Patriots, the Titans, and Giants to win, and you wager $10 on that, that's a payout of $61.85. If you just bet $10 on those three in a parlay bet, Patriots, Titans, Giants to win, you get $61.85 just for betting $10. If you bet $100, it's $18.85.
I bet out a parlay that will give me like 74. Let me pull it up real quick because it was a pretty good parlay. I mean, so.
But yeah, I'm just seeing who took the Vikings. Oren took the Chargers. I think you took the Lions. Even though the Vikings do have a lot of momentum right now, I think most of our staff, Kerm took the Lions. You took the Lions. Banel took the Lions, I think. I'm just seeing if anybody took the Vikings in Detroit.
Here's the 4-bet parlay I got. If I win, it would give me $72. It's Browns and Ravens score under 45 points combined. The Browns to win. The Bengals and Steelers under 48.5, and the Steelers to win. And that looks worse and worse as I get updates on the game. But at the same time, $1 versus give me $72, and there's an outside chance of Buckley that happens because it's week 18. And
I've got more people. 55% of the public's betting the over in the Bengals-Steelers game. I took the under for that. But I do have the predictions up. I just need to copy and paste the final game recap for the Sunday games, and then we will do predictions. So
it's like it's week 18. You expect some type of stupid crap to happen. It doesn't matter what stupid crap it is. You know it's going to happen in one game or another. You just have to pick the right game. But you know something's going to happen. If it doesn't happen, then what a whimper and a failed experiment that is the end of a season. Because something always happens in at least one game to end the season. You just have to pick the right one.
Exactly.
And I'm hoping that the stupid shit happens in the Ravens-Browns game. But the more the injury reports come in, the more I say,
I'm just setting the point values for. I'm just setting the point values for each game on Yahoo. Jason Bale's got a Yahoo pick'em pool, so I go through the Draft Utopia games. I look at the consensus, what the consensus is doing, and I make my point bets, prop bets based on that accordingly. So I think only Oren was the only person to pick the Steelers.
I have in today's game that Joe Jr. is going to get at least 8 receptions. And that's because the Browns are going to be without their 2 of their top 3 receivers. And Jerry D is going to get a lot of freaking targets. Like last week, he got 19 targets. This week, I expect him to get a lot of targets too. So, that's about the only...
I think Judy will get 21 targets, but he'll only end up with like 9 receptions for 75 yards. That's what I think we're probably looking at with Judy, if we're being...
Last week, he was 19 receptions for 92 yards and 12 receptions. It was on a 7.5 average. So, yeah, it's if you look for a prop net, you look at Judy and say, well, he's at least going to catch the fucking ball, and he's going to get a lot of targets. So, if you want a prop net, that's a prop net to take.
Yep. I think Orrin took the Steelers. I don't think anybody else picked the Steelers. I'm pretty certain everyone else picked the Bengals. I'm just double checking because for the confidence pool reasons. I don't have the picks pulled up yet. I'm double checking my data here to make sure no code is mistyped, and because on Thursdays I usually go through the Yahoo pool that Jason Bannell does and rank the games based on how confident the Draft Utopia staff is in each game. So the Bengals Steelers comes in at 8 on the confidence pool. The Ravens Browns, the Ravens got 10 out of 16 for the confidence pool. So those games are done.
Yeah, I think I picked the Ravens to win, but in the betting world,
I've got the Browns covering. We'll get to that. I promise we'll get to that. I'm just trying to double check my information. That's really all we're doing is double checking our information to make sure we have everything we want.
Exactly. It's like we all made decisions with betting and on pick, and we're just trying to get our thoughts in order here on what decisions we made.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
That's
guys,
really.
Don't get upset with it.
All right, so I think we're going to put the Chiefs at 7 in the confidence pool because 2 people picked the Broncos to beat the Chiefs. I don't know if there's any other games with a 5-2 margin outside of that game of the remaining games. You have Texans, Titans, Jaguars, Colts, Bills, Patriots.
The Broncos, Chiefs, because I think I erased that and
you took the Chiefs.
Yeah, because I think Mahomes is going to sit.
He is, but I think Carson Wentz is going to beat Bo Nix, and it's going to be hilarious, and everyone's going to lose their shit over it.
My thought is it's going to come down to a field goal. The Chiefs are going to miss a field goal. The Refs are going to throw a flag. The Refs are going to give the Chiefs 10 yards, and the Chiefs are going to make a field goal. Because the refs decided that this shit ain't happening.
Or we get a reverse of what happened in the first game. The Broncos make a field goal, the refs call a false start, and then the kick hits the post. And that's how the Broncos get screwed out of the playoffs.
They get an overtime, and the Broncos win the toss and decide we're going to defer, in which all hell breaks loose because Patrick Mahomes is going to score a touchdown.
Or they win the coin toss, they get the ball, and they get sacked for a safety on the first play of the game. Because remember, a safety or a defensive touchdown is an automatic win for the Chiefs.
That is the game. It's like, something's going to happen to make the Chiefs win. It's like, I like the Broncos.
And here's the thing. Sean Hockley is refereeing this game. The Kansas City Chiefs have won their last 5 games called by Hockley. The last time the Chiefs lost a game officiated by Hockley, Justin Herbert was in year 2, and he beat the Chiefs back in week 3 at Arrowhead. That was the last time the Chiefs lost a game called by Hockley.
Sean Hockley is one of those. He has as much integrity as any official in the NFL. So that really makes me think the tomfoolery is not going to happen. Which that means the Chiefs are actually going to have to bust their ass to win. Because Hockley his family they're about integrity. Their entire family is about integrity. And if they miss a play, they hold themselves accountable more than the NFL ever could. That's just their family. That's just how they are. Whatever. Man, that actually makes me reconsider my decision. A little bit. We'll get to that.
We'll get to that. I think I've got the order for the final 4 games.
Just keep that in mind.
I think I've got the final order for the final 4 games in the confidence pool. 3 people picked the Jaguars to beat the Colts, so we will put them at 4 on the confidence pool. I think only 2 people picked the Titans over the Texans besides myself, and so we'll put the Titans at 3 in the confidence pool against the Texans.
2 people took the Titans to win that game?
3 people took the Titans to win that game, including myself.
Okay, I want what drug they have. I want it all.
2 people took the Giants, 1 in myself, and I'm the only one who took the Jets over the Dolphins. So the Jets, Aaron Rodgers in your darkness retreat, only 1 confidence point in the pool, and then I got to enter my scores on Yahoo. So I'll just scroll up to the games, and I got to.
I know you aren't on drugs, so I figured that's week 5.
I'm not on drugs, Joey. It's amusing that you think that. It's cute. It's cute that you think that, but I'm not on drugs.
I was saying I know you're not on drugs. That's why I think you're just sleep deprived.
I am sleep deprived. You are correct about that. During football season, I pull all-nighters on a Friday night because I have so much code to write for the site, and I don't want to show up late to the show, so I don't sleep on Fridays, but I sleep well every other day of the week.
Which makes me think that you took the Giants out of sleep deprivation.
No, I did not. I think Drew Lock has more upside than Tanner McKee, and I picked the Giants to win for that reason alone. Because the Eagles are benching, they're not starting Hurts or Pickett, they're starting Tanner McKee, and Saquon's not playing. So I'm picking the Giants for that reason.
I'm sure Saquon playing.
He's
not playing against the Giants.
The coaches and GM want to rest him for the playoffs.
Yeah, the headlines all week were about how Saquon was going to rip out the Giants. So hearing that now is just like, wait, what? You know, it's like everything I heard coming out of the Eagles camp was that they were raring to go with Saquon ripping the Giants a new asshole. And now you said that, I'm like, okay. Okay. Don't know how else to put it.
Well, I mean,
I expected Saquon to.
I guess the Fox News curse is real because it affected the Eagles last year, and then right after Trump waved the terrible towel, the Steelers lost the Eagles, and then they lost the Ravens, and now they've lost the Chiefs. So, yeah, Trump waved a terrible towel on Sean Hannity. That's how the Steelers' losing streak started, folks. Do not kid yourself.
Yeah, we.
That's how the.
Quite well. And
so how do you think Fox News is going to jinx the NFL next season?
Politician about how they should win and fandom, you have problems.
Donald Trump said Jane Daniels should win the league MVP, not Rookie of the Year. The league MVP is a rookie over Allen, Lamar Jackson. Please, Jerry Jones, do not take your wrath out on Jane Daniels because of Donald Trump's idiocracy.
Oh, absolutely not. It's one of the reasons Barack Obama, who is the biggest basketball fan on the planet, as a politician, never made predictions. Nothing would ever go right when you're making predictions at the level of the presidency. It doesn't matter what sport you are. You don't do it. Because you are going to set something up that is just horrific. Just be a fan. Love the game. Do not go public with your thoughts on awards, playoff predictions, or anything else. Now, Obama's done it since he left the presidency, but he's not president anymore. Trump could have done it when he left the presidency because he wasn't president anymore. But when you're doing it as president, nothing ever comes. Nothing good ever comes.
All right. I think. Almost done with the predictions page, but I do need to set up the game recaps page for the last game, and then we are ready to rock and roll with predictions. I promise you, this is not going to take.
We talked about Obama. We talked about Trump. Has Biden ever made a professional sports team?
Not really, but I was going to ask you what NFL team's going to be affected by the Fox News curse next season in 2025, because it was the Eagles in 23, Steelers this year. Who suffers the Fox News curse next season in the NFL? It's like, this is the new Madden jinx. This is the new Madden jinx. And I'm not going to roast any anchors on Fox News, but this is the new Madden jinx, and we're going to treat it as such.
I'm starting to think that if you will really have a problem if you are mainstream and you do a prediction.
No, because last year the Eagles beat the Bills in overtime, and Jesse Waters proclaimed that the Eagles are going to win the Super Bowl, and they had the losing streak. And then Trump waved the terrible towel on Sean Hannity, and then the Steelers' losing streak against the Eagles started this year. So,
okay, after saying that, I will amend it. It's like,
so that's why I'm speculating on who's going to be the next team to fall to the Fox News curse in 2025. That's the only reason I'm speculating on this. I'm not going to take any cheap shots at any anchors. I am speculating on this for entertainment purposes.
Well, the reason I shy away from presidents and CNN and Fox News is like they're all leaning one side or the other. There is no fair and balance. There is not.
You're right, because
there is no knowledge. There is no anything compared to this that you need to know. They are just going to take like, oh, this is the underdog. The left wing's gonna take it. This is the person that.
Yeah, and sometimes these political networks report misinformation. Like one person went on Gutfeld and said that they went on thing and said the Count is a Muppet. No, the Count is a Sesame Street character. You do not fuck up at that level on national television. You do not say the Count is a Muppet. He is a Sesame Street character, and you will respect him as such. Fox News, you will not pull that shit on me or Joey and get away with it. You come on this show and you tell us that the Count is a Muppet, you're getting roasted by Joey. I'm not even gonna. Joey doesn't even need my permission. He's just gonna go ahead and roast you, and I'm just gonna applaud him for doing so.
I just done it to you, just basically, and you tried to stop me, and I just kept going. And I just kept roasting you, and you were in tears, laughing by the time I was done. Yeah, so it is just my nature that if you fuck up, I won't blast you.
But to that extent, where you're calling the Count a Muppet, he is a Sesame Street character.
And that would take you about 30 minutes worth of me.
I just find it amusing that somebody who's a national journalist could fuck up that massively on a national scale.
And that's the thing. These guys.
This is why I can't take political networks seriously.
Yeah, it's like it's all bias. It's all, what your corporate masters want. And then you add in some stupidity, like mistake the Muppets for Sesame Street. And guess what? It's not going to go good. But you're going to have enough people looking at them saying, we align this way or this way. So this is what we're going to believe because they tell us to believe that. And in professional sports, you cannot lean left or right. You cannot be conservative or progressive when evaluating this talent. You have to evaluate the talent based on the talent. And that's why a lot of times for executives and coaches will come on a CNN or a Fox or whatever and be like, well, I don't really have that because they can't have that.
Okay, I've got next year's Fox News conspiracy. The Jets start 7-0. Woody Johnson goes on Brett Baer, talks about how great the team is, how the fans are, and then the Jets proceed to lose 10 in a row and finish the year 7-10 after a 7-0 start. That's believable. That is plausible enough to where it's believable.
You know why it's not? Because Woody Johnson takes advice on his son playing Madden. It was not believable. Like, we know Madden ratings are horrific.
Yeah, and I'd love to see Baer interrogate Woody Johnson on that. Woody, why did you use Madden ratings when considering trading for Jerry Jeudy, and just grill him on that? The way he grilled Kamala in the interview with Fox News.
Yeah, it's like, why would you consider trading Garrett Wilson for a third-round pick? Because Madden ratings aren't good enough. That's why you gave Jerry Jeudy and because his Madden rating wasn't good enough. Absolutely.
So that's what's going to happen. The Jets will start 7-0. Woody Johnson will come on Brett Baer's show to talk about the Jets' magical season, and then they will proceed to lose 10 in a row. And that will be how the Fox News curse goes in 2025. That is my prediction.
Wouldn't it be sad if knowing what we know now, if the inexplicable happened and the Jets literally handed the Browns the best wide receiving duo in the NFL just because they went off Madden rating. Wouldn't that just be one of the dumbest things you've ever heard in your freaking life? We went off Madden rating and we thought this was a good idea.
Okay, the predictions and game recaps are fully updated for this week. They are updated, Joey.
I do want your opinion on that, though. That was not a rhetorical question.
I know it wasn't.
I do want your opinion on that. It's like, how stupid would that be?
That would be massively stupid. We have some people in the chat. I guess I'm trying to like.
How fucking stupid would that be, people? You know, you're in the chat. How stupid would that be if Woody Johnson did something that stupid 2 years in a row? How stupid would that be? Let us know how stupid it would be. You know, even as a Browns fan, I say that's freaking stupid. You know, let us know.
Yes. So I do have the games updated for Week 18. I just got Week 18 up. I'll promote this and the show when we're done here. But yeah, I just got Week 18 up, the predictions and the game recaps. Everything is updated for final week of the regular season. And good news is I only have to code 6 games next week with the wild card, super wild card weekend. So not only will you get my predictions, I will give you the exact games and times I think the wild card games are going to start at.
And guys, this is when we really get into things. Because we have to cut, every week, we have to cut our game thought process short and what we say and what we do. In the playoff, we don't cut it short because there aren't that many games.
Well, here is the thing. Kerm went 15-1 last week. He has moved up to number 4 in the country. He has 185 on the year. He only trails Emmy Bantle, last year's runner-up to Lisa, and John Gonzalez by 1 game. He trails Matt Bowen of ESPN by 3 games. Kerm could legitimately keep turn our 4-peat into a 5-peat. Kerm could, but Wes moved up to number 7 in the country. So Wes and Kerm are both in the top 10, and the rest of us are just awful this year. Bantle's tied for 14th. He improved his spot. I have dropped to 36th. Tracy's 45th. Warren 63rd, and Joey 64th out of 90 people. So it is up to Kerm and West to keep our streak alive.
I built like 14 spots. That sucks. But at the same time,
You did move ahead of the one person that was standing between you and Oren. So
okay. Oh, well, come on for me a happy birthday. So he gets.
and Kerm's been the runner-up 3 times in a row. He's a runner-up. I think he was the runner-up to least in the regular season, and then I jumped him in the playoffs last year. The year before that, he was the runner-up to me, and then he was the runner-up to Wes. So he was runner-up literally 3 regular seasons in a row. He's paid his dues. It's time for him to win one.
Not only that, but I and myself been friends before Tracky Therapy even became a thing. So I feel good for Kerm, and I would hope that Kerm would win this simply out of good graces. Because Kerm's a good dude.
He is.
He's had bad circumstances, but he's a really good dude, and he deserves a win on a national level.
Yeah, I mean, you're probably gonna win the Draft Utopia pool. You lead West by 4 games, but I'm kind of rooting for Kerm to win on a national level. I want to see Kerm win the national poll because it would keep our repeat alive for a 5th consecutive year and raise the bar even higher. But I just want to see Kerm succeed, not just keep the winning streak alive. I actually want to see Kerm succeed in this if he does.
Yeah, you have ulterior motives and personal motives. I don't have any ulterior motives. I shed myself of that a couple
No, I don't have an ulterior motive. I might act like I have one, but I don't. I mean, last year after I three-peated, did something CBS and ESPN failed to do, I said, I'm ready to pass the torch on to the next champion like Professor Oak and Pokemon. I'm ready to pass the torch on. Lisa wins it. Our streak remains alive for another year. Now Kerm's got a shot to keep the streak alive too. So we'll see what happens. I'm prepared to pass the torch on, but if Kerm comes back, I'll be happy for Kerm, and I'll be the first to congratulate him.
I don't care about the streak as far as Draft Utopia goes.
Because I know it's a streak nobody's going to match. And that's why I'm happy. I'd like to see it continue, but I know it's not going to. I'm a realist, okay? I'm a realist.
For me, it's about Kerm.
And that's fine. It should be about Kerm.
Yeah, for me, it's Kerm and I have been through enough for me to say, Kerm, go get him. Nothing else matters. Go take the number 1 spot. Go do it. Because we were around. We were friends before.
I think Doug Burrell's at 183 on the year. He's 6th in the country. Kerm and Carlos of the Sports Authorities group are both at 185. They're 4 and 5. Emmy and John Gonzalez are both at 186, and Matt Bowen's at 188. So it's very close between everyone in the top 5. Anyone in the top 5 could take it.
Just get him, Kerm. Take him out. Take him out. That's all I gotta say to you, man. Take him out. Take him out and make them suffer. Sorry, take him out. Take him out with 16-0, 17-0.
Wes went 16-0. That's why he's in second. He's the only person in the history of the site to go 17-0. But Kerm went 15-1. Wes went 14-2. That should just tell you how good Wes and Kerm have been this year. The Wes did his best. He thought he got some ground on everyone, but Kerm went 15-1. And that's not a knock on Wes. Kerm was just that freaking good this week.
No, it's like, no offense to Wes. I love Wes. But at the same time,
Wes already won National Pick'em of the Year. He beat out Matt Bowen after I had the best Pick'em record in the country. So to keep repeat.
Kerm's one of my oldest friends, so I am all for Kerm. And if he beats Wes,
Well, he's probably gonna win the Draft Utopia pool, but it's still very early. A lot could happen. But
it's not very early.
I mean, you've still got the regular season, and you've got the 13 playoff games. So there's 29 games left.
So they count the playoff games.
I count the playoff games too. Yes, the media now didn't count the playoff games until 2021, but now the playoff games get counted.
Well, I should know that because I won the playoff pool 2 years before I started doing all the other pools.
Well, here's the thing. There's 29 games left. Basically, you would have to disagree with Kerm on 26 of the 29 games remaining and get those right just to come back and win, and that's mathematically impossible. So
Well, that's why I think I won before I started doing ratings and stuff, because I won 2 years. I think it was 2 years in a row, or 2 out of 3 years, or whatever. Why don't you do the regular season stuff?
we've always done the regular season stuff on the site since 2015, but we only had 3 people the first year, Jesse Lucas, Jason Bantle, myself in 2014, 2015. Then we added Orrin and Tanya Holmes. And then in 2021, we expanded from like 5 to 11. We were only going to go to 9, but Wes and Brian were pleading me to join. So we caved in, we gave them what we wanted, and that ended up working out in our favor because Wes had the best record in the country that year. So that's kind of how.
And I think I joined 1 year after.
No, you joined that year. That was your first year.
What?
Yeah.
I know because I was bragging up a storm about.
But yeah, I'm on the Ravens-Browns game now. I'm screen sharing that on the live stream on the site. But the Ravens are favored by 20. The over-under is 41.5. 96% betting on the Ravens. The money line is plus 1,300 for Cleveland, and it is minus 2,800 for Baltimore. That's $1,300 if you bet 100 on the Browns money line, and $2,800 if you bet on the Ravens to cover the 20-point spread. I think the Ravens win, but I think the Browns cover the spread. I'm going 20-3 Ravens. Browns only get a field goal in a very defensive game.
I'm going to put this in perspective for you. Bailey Zappi is a starting quarterback.
He is a backup. That is all he is. He's a backup. He's not a guy with starter potential. He is a high-end backup at best.
David Njoku is out.
Jerome Ford is out. The Browns are playing a 4th-string quarterback and a 3rd-string running back.
And the number 2 receiver who is coming on is out. Their backup tight end is starting. I mean, the Browns offense is just for the reason I picked the Browns to win. The spread. You picked the Ravens to win on Draft Utopia, but you picking the Browns to cover the spread, just to clarify things. The Ravens are minus 20. I think the Browns defense is too good to lose by 20 points to the Ravens. I still think the Ravens are going to win the final score. Everybody on the site picked the Ravens to win, but I think the Browns are going to cover the spread. That's the reason I did that was more sentimental. It has been reported this morning that it's more than likely Joel Bitonio is going to retire. And he is the last holdover from the Joe Thomas era. He was the last player that was actually by Joe Thomas via profession in the NFL. And he is one of the greatest offensive linemen in Brown history. So I was just a little bit in my feels, a little bit there. And I was saying, it's like, give Joel Bitonio the exit that a fringe Hall of Famer that probably won't make the Hall of Fame deserves. Give him the game he deserves. Give him the going out party he deserves.
we're going to see Kevin Zeitler, the former Brown, and Joel Bitonio giving each other a big old bear hug after the game. And it's going to be emotional. They're both going to be crying. They're both going to be happy for each other, but they're both going to be sad the ride is over. That is what we are going to see. I have already foreseen the vision of that bear hug. I can't get it out of my head. It's happening. Learn to live with it, guys.
I hope so, because I have a feeling this is the last ride for both of them. I just selfishly.
And they're both going to be teary-eyed and emotional about it after the game. They're both going to be hugging each other, but they're both going to be teary-eyed and emotional about this being the end of the journey. For both Zeitler, a 2012 first-round pick, and Bitonio, a 2014 third-round pick.
Yeah, so I'm really in my feels about this.
Wait, Zeitler's on the Lions now. Why the hell did I thought he... God, what the hell was I thinking? It was a good thought, but, you know, Zeitler's no longer on the Ravens. He's on the Lions now.
I'm just thinking so much about the Tony right now and how it is so... I do think that, like I said, I'm in my feels right now. I'm in my emotion. Well, I think the Ravens are going to win. I hope, beyond all hope, the Browns end up pulling it out because I want Joe Baconia to go out in a way that was befitting of a guy who has given his life to not only a team, to a franchise, but to a fan base. And I want him to go out on top.
Yeah, but Ravens are one of the locks on the site this week. All right, so the next game after this is the Steelers and the Bengals. This game's been very interesting. I think Orlando Brown and Mims, they both did get injured in the Bronco game, but they're both expected to play. Joey Porter Jr. is expected to be back after missing Week 17, so both teams are going to be healthy. Both teams are going to bring their best. Both teams are going to bring their A game to Pittsburgh tonight. And I'm going to go Bengals 28, Steelers 13. Bengals are favored by 2.5, but I believe...
I know Orlando Brown was that was a couple days ago, so you might have updated information on that. But you know, I heard Orlando
because
Brown.
I go by what I see, not by what I hear. Joey and I use different senses. I look at social media, I look at the injury report. I'm a visual person. I'm not an auditory person, and I like to hear my own thoughts to the point where it probably repulses some media members. So,
Fuck it. Fuck the media. It's like if it was recorded by the team, it was recorded by the team. It wasn't a wasn't.
I'm going to take the Bengals 28-13. The over-under in this game is 47.5. So I think there will be around 41 points scored, and I think the Bengals win 20. 47.5 is the over-under. Most people are betting on the over. So it's going to be a defensive game. It's going to be a defensive game, Joey. Last week was a shootout. This is going to be a defensive game because people are riding that emotional high of what the Bengals did in Cincinnati against Denver, how that went to overtime. They think this game in Pittsburgh is going to go exactly like that. No, it's not. Bengals are going to score. Both these teams are going to make defensive adjustments.
I want to make it clear. When Orlando Brown plays, the Bengals are going to score 30 plus.
No, they're going to get 28. This defense is good.
What you're saying is, in that situation, the Steelers are going to score like 14.
They're going to get 13, a touchdown, 2 field goals.
Now, against the worst defense in the NFL. Let that sink in.
This is a defense that kept Bo Nix scoreless for most of the first half before the Broncos caught their stride in the second half.
I don't trust this Bengals defense for 48 minutes. I don't trust them for 60 minutes. I don't trust them to do what needs to be done. So, if you even, just to say 28, you're saying the Steelers are going to score
13, and they're going to give up 28.
I don't buy that.
They've looked a lot worse offensively the last few weeks. The Steelers have looked a lot worse offensively the last few weeks.
Russell Wilson has looked like dog shit. There's a reason why people are saying Justin Fields is a hot topic quarterback.
This is Russell Wilson's going to look like dog shit until the wild card game, and then he's going to pull some magic game out of his ass if they play the Texans. If they play the Ravens, the narrative is going to be is Russell Wilson the guy all offseason, and they're going to beat that narrative to a frickin' pulp here in Pittsburgh.
Here's the thing. Russell Wilson looks like bullshit, and people have been hyping up because, well, Justin Fields didn't lose these games, and they're hyping him up to be one of the top, if not the top free agent quarterback in the NFL right now. And so, what are you going to do? You know, Russell Wilson's got to come and play their game.
Because the way I see it right now, whichever team between the Steelers and Chargers doesn't get the Texans in the wild card is probably going to lose to the Ravens in Baltimore. And whoever gets the Texans is probably going to get a divisional round date with the Chiefs. So
I have no doubt that the Broncos...
if the Texans didn't have... We'll get into the Texans later. I'm going to save my rant for the Texans later.
It's just, I have no doubt the Broncos are going to playoff and potentially be successful. But how about the Steelers? Because if Russell Wilson play...
I did put a tier of Denver sports athletes together. Bo Nix is at 11 on that tier list. We put all the Denver Nuggets starters: McCarr, Landeskog, Nate McKinnon, Alex Harris, who's got drafted by the Rapids. We're all ahead of Bo Nix on that list. That's
Chris, you do have to...
Surtain came in at 3 on that list. And the only reason Surtain didn't come in at 1 is because the other players have won championships. The other athletes have won championships. That is the de facto separator.
When it comes to that, you do have to dismiss the fact that they've gotten their ass kicked by the Cavs in the last couple games they played against them. You do have to dismiss that.
Doesn't matter. They won championships. Winning a championship is the ultimate goal in team sports. So
They have, but I am allowed as a clean point.
you are allowed to criticize them and roast them for their play. You are given that right as an American. Nobody's saying you aren't given that right. You are. We're saying that because they won championships and Surtain didn't, and they were star players, they get the nod over Surtain when it comes to that number 1 spot.
I can agree to that. I just wanted to roast them for a minute about, you got your ass kicked twice this year. And they were both by Cavs. So I just want to roast them. Just want to roast them once, Chris. Just want to do it once.
I mean, I'll get into a rant on the odds of both Alex Harris and Bo Nix being in the state of Colorado until 2040, but that'll be later in the show. We're moving on to Bills-Patriots. Bills-Patriots. We're on to Buffalo. You want me to say we're on to Buffalo? Do you want me to put my hoodie over my head like Belichick and say we're on to Buffalo? We're on to Buffalo. We're on to Buffalo.
I just want you to do it once,
I did on the live stream. I put the hoodie on over my head and I said we're on to Buffalo like Belichick. Buffalo.
You put the hoodie on?
Yeah, put the hoodie on my head. Yeah.
Okay, then you're put the hoodie on. Okay.
All right, so the Bills play the Patriots. I think the Patriots are going to win. There are a lot of hot stove rumors that Milton's going to start, according to Wes. I think that's bullshit. Alex Van Pelt basically came out and said, we're here to win this freaking game. And I also heard in a Sean McDermott press conference, Josh Allen's only going to play 1 to 2 series. He'll play the first quarter tops, and then the backups will play the rest of the game. So I'm picking the Patriots based on that information, which is what I heard all week. And I have the Patriots winning this game 19-17 in a defensive game.
That is weird because I heard that Josh Allen is not going to play at all.
Allen has the 13th longest starting streak in the league. He's the one guy who can catch Brett Favre in terms of the starter streak. I think Mahomes' streak for starts may have ended. I could be wrong on that, but I think Allen has the longest streak of active starts in the league right now. And he's the one guy within striking distance of catching that Brett Favre streak. So that's the reason the Bills are going to start him. They're only going to play him like a series or two and then turn to the backups.
And I do think that the Patriots should add those on up that low because
I have more confidence in Drake May than I do in Mitch Trubisky.
Agreed.
But yes, Brett Favre has the record with 321 consecutive starts. But Josh Allen, if he plays every game next season and he plays against the Patriots, he would jump to 9th. Ron Jaworski and 3 separate 126 game streaks by Brady. And then Favre had 321 starts with the Packers, Jets, and Vikings. So Josh Allen is within striking distance of Jaworski and Brady. If he starts this game and every game next year, I think Allen wants to get that record. I am going to pull up the all-time starts. Favre's at
had a great record, and I think an injury took him out of it. So, I mean, let's give credit where credit's due.
You know, John Weeks, the long snapper of the Houston Texans, has started 249 career games. That is 16th all-time in the league. He moved ahead of Jason Witten. John Weeks, the Texans long snapper, has now started more games than Jason Witten, dating back to 2010. He's been the long snapper for 15 years. I know long snappers aren't important compared to other positions, but that's an impressive achievement for him. So good for him.
Well, the Browns long snapper had an even better streak, but he got injured in this earlier year, and it hasn't seen any surgery.
The streak's not mentioned on Wikipedia, so...
Because of long snappers.
Well, how come the long snapper for the Texans is on Wikipedia and the Browns isn't?
I don't know. Probably because of the Browns and nobody gives a crap about them. But the bottom line is...
Well, the active leader in starts right now is Jake Matthews of the Falcons. And Allen has started 104 consecutive games. He has not missed a start since his rookie year. So Allen's at 104, and he'll get to 105 if he starts against the Patriots. That's why they're going to play him, to help him try to get that streak alive. 144. 144 since 2015. He started 40 more games than Allen, which actually is somewhat impressive. Okay, so I took the Patriots. Jason and Joey took New England. Kerm, Tracy, and Wes have the Bills. Kind of a split decision game.
The game itself is like streaks aside, because I think long snappers are greatly undervalued.
And the Texans have a long snapper who started more games than Witten. That's a great personal achievement, but I don't think it's going to get talked about outside of this show.
Absolutely. And it's like I don't think any other long snapper, whether it's Wikipedia or not, has been given. And long snappers are important.
Yes. The next game is between the Saints and Buccaneers. I've got the Buccaneers winning 30-14, but I think it'd be hilarious if Spencer Rattler went into Tampa like Josh McCown did his rookie year against the Vikings. Because if you remember 03-04, the Vikings missed I think it was 03, 02-03. The Vikings were supposed to be the 6th seed, and I think they ended up missing the playoffs because Josh McCown upset the Vikings. And it was a really big deal at the time. This was before social media. It was 02 or 03. Josh McCown was a rookie with Anquan Bolden, and the Cardinals knocked the Vikings out of the playoffs. And it was a huge fucking deal at the time. There wasn't social media, but this was like the biggest story in the NFL that week. It was the final week of the season. I was at the Embassy Suites in Florida with my family for Christmas vacation. But yeah, They had a really good popcorn machine at that hotel, but like Josh McCown and Anquan Bolden knocked the Vikings out of the playoffs. Spencer Rattler has a chance to top that if he beats Baker Mayfield. I don't think he will, but it would make for a hell of a story.
And here's something that I always think about it, Chris, you know this, is being able to identify coaches and their success rate by
only the in the description. And
Here's the thing. You look at the game, you look it up, and you say, they hit it on the head. That's all you need to know.
yeah, with me having the Google Chrome and Brave browser open, it's like you hear both of us talking. It's like you hear aliens in the background. And look, I don't have a problem with aliens, but I feel like we're going to scare our audience if we have an alien effect in the background, you know? I don't want to scare our audience.
Well, those aliens just caused the game of the week. So, you can tell those aliens, go fuck themselves. They showed us the best of the best.
Next week, you'll get my playoff predictions next week. I am hoping the Fanatics thing, or not the Fanatics thing. What is it? The LED keyboard. It didn't come. I'll let you know. We'll bring tomorrow round 3. So the LED news ticker didn't come today, but it is expected to come tomorrow.
I've had that. I've had one of those.
But this LED news ticker, you can use it to keep track of stocks, cryptocurrency, or sporting events. And it does NFL, NHL, NBA, MLB, MLS, WNBA, college football conferences, college basketball conferences. It does everything.
Okay, so yours was far more in depth than mine.
Yes.
Mine was 20 years ago, 25 years ago.
Yeah.
So you got a better technological edge than I did.
Pretty
But
much.
At the same time, we're looking at the playoffs.
Because if people don't want to see us screen share stuff on the Draft Utopia website, we can use the LED ticker. There's other possibilities. I know some YouTube channels, what they'll do is they'll pull up an article on a website and then they'll screen share the entire article and read it and get a reaction from the audience. I try to give my opinions on stuff without overstepping boundaries or ruffling feathers. I think we do a good job at that.
The bottom line is, right now, in 10 minutes, we're looking at the games that are going to determine the playoff.
Seeding.
So next week, we get to talk about that.
Next week, we get to go through every single matchup from the wild card to what we think is going to happen in the Super Bowl, and then we let the fun play itself out, okay? And
right now, what you're talking about is about 15 minutes away from being incompetent.
And the Browns are going to get the number 1 pick. I just have a feeling that the Titans, the Giants, and the Patriots are all going to end up winning tomorrow, and the Browns are going to be the only 3-loss team, and they're going to have the number 1 pick. And it's going to create a whole ton of drama. A lot of drama.
I agree, because I heard that the Browns, if they get the number 1 pick, they're going to trade it out. and they're going to get multiple picks for it.
Unless the Giants or Titans gets the number 1 pick and it's a definitive QB, I think we're going to see a trade at 1. We're going to see a trade. If it's the Browns or Patriots, they're going to trade the pick.
Yeah, that's something that's completely different. Well,
Yeah, the Patriots could take Hunter at 1, but I feel like left tackle's a bigger position of need on the positional value pyramid. And Will Campbell basically said, if you give up a sack and you're a lineman, that's going to take you from an NFL player in the first round to a guy who works at Amazon. He pretty much summarized it as articulately and soundly as you could.
I did, and the bottom line is we're looking at a situation. Browns are going to get the number 1 pick. Giants are going to get the number 1 or there's going to be a massive trade.
And everybody who's saying the Patriots, if they don't get Travis Hunter, they're going to pick Abdul Carter, they're going to pick McMillan. They might, but I also think Will Campbell's in play, and I think all these people dismissing Campbell are idiots. Dismissing the idea of Will Campbell going that early are idiots.
You're correct.
I'm not saying he will be the pick, but I'm saying if you dismiss the notion that he's going to be the pick, I think that's foolish.
I agree. Bill Carter's Will Campbell is still my number 1 pick.
I moved him down to 4 on my board behind Hunter, Ginty, and Cam Ward, but he's still 4th on my board, and I still think he's got higher ceilings than most of the guys on that list. Maybe Hunter has higher ceiling than Campbell, but that's it. I think Ginty's ceiling's not as high as Campbell's, but I think his floor is higher, and I think Cam Ward's floor might be higher than Will Campbell's. But that's mainly because I'm looking at the 24 tape, and it's not as good as the first 2 years. But the first 2 years were really good. Like, a lot of people don't realize Campbell held his own against both Dallas Turner and Jared Verse, who were 2 of the top 3 edge rushers in last year's draft. He was dominant against both of those guys.
We'll put you like that. In my mind, Will Campbell's number 1, Abdul Carter's number 2. And the only thing I can say is, prove me wrong.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. So that'll do it on TalkShoe. I've signed up on TalkShoe. I am probably going to sign off on Restream now, too, because I have literally have 10 minutes to promote this and our NFL predictions for week number 18.
I will go off on I will sign us off on I said it before at the beginning of this podcast. You put me as a scout, you put me as a guy who's going to get you what you need. I'll make it happen. I'm looking at Campbell. I'm looking at Carter. Prove me wrong.
I don't think the one thing I still want to see Carter clean up is the ability to wrap up tackles, but the pass rushing, the run stuffing, the things I had questions about heading into the year because he was more of a linebacker than a pass rusher at Penn State. He answered those questions and showed he could run stuff, stop the passer, and people are looking at him as that next, maybe he's next great Penn State edge rusher. So, yeah, that'll do it for this edition of Draft Utopia.
Okay.